Good morning, folks. Welcome to Cyber Monday. I am so excited that you all are here. Give me 1 second. Let me get my comments up so I can say good morning to you guys. Hello. How was your weekend? How was your Thanksgiving? We did not have a show last Thursday because we were all with our families eating lots of good food. So I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving and did something fun, or at least just took some time to relax. At least I know this last part of the year, it gets so busy and so hectic. So I hope everyone was able to just take a rest. I see, thank you, Wolf Geist. It was my birthday over the weekend. So it was on Friday and I had a great birthday. I honestly didn't do too much with everything. I'm also still in school, so I kind of was taking the opportunity just to relax and watch some good movies, do some fun stuff. I actually did go and watch a movie. If you're familiar at all with San Diego, in Encinitas, there's the La Paloma Theater, which is, I believe it's like the oldest single screen theater in San Diego, and they were playing my favorite movie, Fantastic Mr. Fox. So I did go and watch that for my birthday, and that was so much fun. So I did do something fun, but thank you for all the wishes. Thank you so much. Yeah, we had a good time, and I knew coming back here on Monday, I was like, I got to get ready for Cyber Monday. I got to be ready to bring all of the great stuff to SMP Nation today. So I'm very, very excited that you all are here. I see some of my friends on here, so good morning. I see Gloria, hello. Let's see who else. Oh, Leah Thompson, of course, good morning. Dawn Hiltz, hello, hello. Elaine Gibson, I love seeing all my friends on here. I'd love to know what you guys did over the weekend. If you did anything fun, let me know. And also, let me know where you're watching from. I see Marilyn's watching from Pittsburgh, so good morning. We are here and ready for a full day and just showing you all the fun stuff. So if you've never seen any of our Cyber Monday live streams before, we normally do demos that are around 30 minutes. With Cyber Monday, each demo is going to be 15 minutes. So we are going super fast through. We wanted to get as many people on the show as possible and showing you all of the best products. So this is going to be quick. We are going through every 15 minutes. We're going to have a new educator on and a new demo and showing you all the great stuff. So I cannot wait for you to see it, and let us know what you guys want to see in the future for sure. We are starting to plan next year's shows and things like that. So let us know what you would like to see. And as always, if you want to stay in touch with us, sign up for our emails. Of course, you can go to our website and just go to the pop-up and put your email in. And also be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and like us on Facebook. That way you never, ever miss anything from SMP. And if you're on YouTube now, you can go to the little bell notification and hit that. And that way you'll get notified every time we go live. So very, very exciting. We've got so much stuff in store for you today. We've got a little bit of education. We're going to talk a lot of notions. We've also got some machines, but this Black Friday and Cyber Monday, we have got some great stuff that you do not want to miss out on. I also did forget to say that Kyle is here.
Hi, everybody.
Kyle is here in the background. And if you guys have any questions at all, drop them down in the comments and we will be watching and keeping an eye out for any comments you guys may have.
And really quick, so the stuff we're highlighting today is like the best of the best. But there's more on our website as well.
So
we couldn't fit everything
more
in this show. We would need 10 days to fit everything.
Yes.
But so this is kind of like the best of the best. But if you want to look at more, go to our website.
Yes, exactly. And also, I'm going to throw out a little life hack. If you go to our website, we do have our agents on the website that can assist you. And if you have any questions, you can just type it into the website. And we have our little chat up on our site. But you can always call. If you have any questions at all, you can give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will always be able to answer your questions. And they also have access to all of the deals that we've got going on for Cyber Monday, so they'll be able to point you in the right direction if there's anything that you need. So yes. And also in regards to all the specials today, there are some promos that might have a little overlap going into this week, but all of the Cyber Monday pricing does turn off at the end of business day today. We are going to stop streaming at noon PST, but you have until 5 o'clock.
5 p.m. I
5
think,
p.m.
is when we're
5 p.m.
Yeah.
PST to get all of your orders in.
Yeah.
Make sure you secure that Cyber Monday pricing so you do not want to miss out. But all of our sewing experts are on the phones and on our website ready to help you out with any questions that you have. So with all of that being said, we are going to go ahead and get started with Cyber Monday. I cannot wait for you guys to see all the fun stuff that we have in store. I wanted to get a good mix of machines as well as some notions and accessories and some education as well. So we've got a nice whole mix. So I'm hoping that you all just stick around and hang out with us. I'll be back in every 15 minutes telling you where and how you can get all the products that we're going to show today. But I think we're ready to go ahead and get started. So our first demo today, we have none other than CutterPillar. They are going to come on and show you some great stuff that they've got in store. And I love CutterPillar. I love their mats and the one thing that they're going to show you today, the flip and fold. I love it so much. It's so great. And they were so excited to come on and talk about some of their new products. So I cannot wait to talk to CutterPillar and see all the fun stuff they've got planned for us today. So let's go ahead and bring them on. Oh, hello.
Hello. Good morning. Hello. I hope you can hear me. How are you this morning?
I am great. I can hear you perfectly. Everything is great. I love your setup as well. All of your fun products behind you.
Thank you so much. And happy belated birthday to you. It's fun to have, it's always fun to have a birthday around a major holiday. So I'm glad you got to at least have it the day after and enjoy it a little bit.
Yes. Well, last year actually was on Thanksgiving. And so it always kind of lands around that time.
Yeah.
So I've kind of accepted that my cake is pumpkin pie every year.
You know what? As long as you like pumpkin pie, that's an okay thing to have happen, right?
As long as it's got a candle in it, I'm sold.
Then you're good. Yeah. Yeah. And then because calories over Thanksgiving don't count. So then your birthday cake never counts for that.
They
right?
do not count one bit. As long as you go on a walk, I think that's good.
Yes, I think that's great. I love that plan. That's what I always say for Thanksgiving weekend. Calories don't count. So that's the rules. Yes. Beautiful.
Let's just make them not count till the end of the year. Let's start January 1st.
If only we could do it every day of the year, right?
Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness. Well, that is awesome. I am so excited for you to show all the products that you've got today. I'm going to let you get started and I'll be back in about 15 minutes and let everybody know how they can get their products.
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Kennedy. I appreciate it. You guys, I'm very excited to be here. I'm Melody. I'm here at CutterPillar headquarters. And as Kyle and Kennedy mentioned, we did bring the best of the best for you guys today. I'm going to show you, we have a little bundle with one of our light boards and a tote bag that goes with it. And then like Kennedy mentioned, I'm going to show you our flip and fold cutting mat, which is phenomenally cool. But I'm going to start with our Glow Premium 2. So we have several sizes of light boards and they're all on the website there at SMP. So you can find them all, but we have a special on the Glow Premium 2 because this is our best selling, best of the best light board. It is approximately 13 by 19 in size. I'm going to ask Nathan to flip Nathan's here helping me out. I'm going to ask him to flip to our overhead camera. So it's about 13 by 19 in size. Now the light board itself has multiple light settings. I'm going to try to show you on the camera here. Sometimes it's hard with the studio lights to see the difference, but there are 4 different light settings on this light board. So you can adjust that light setting to whatever you need it to be. And one of the things that you can do on top of this light board is you can always trace your patterns on the light board. So any pattern that you've got, you can do your tracing right on top of this. So if you're doing applique patterns or paper piecing patterns or anything like that, and you need to do your tracing, the light board is where you do that. It's acrylic, and so it's super durable. You can also do other crafts on it. You can do diamond art. You can do paint by number. You can do stamping, sketching, coloring, all that kind of stuff. But for sewers and quilters, we do a lot of pattern tracing when we make our stuff, embroidery patterns, applique patterns, like I mentioned. So you can do all of that right on top of here, which is super great. The board itself is super lightweight. And so you're able to, it weighs less than 2 pounds. And so you're able to set it on top of your lap when you're doing that. The cool thing about this Glow Premium 2 is that it is fully portable. It has an internal rechargeable battery. So you can take this off of your power cord and you can use it for about 4 hours. I like to use it on Sundays or all Thanksgiving weekend, as it just happened. My husband was watching football all weekend long. He loves that. He loves it when we can do it as a family. I don't care about most of the games. And so I can sit in front of the TV with this on my lap and I can do my tracing and start working on my projects and pretend I'm sitting there and involved. The other thing that this light board has, which is so cool, is there are magnetic plates built into it. So you can use magnets on top of this to hold your project down while you're working on your project. It will hold it right in place so that if you're working on something and you need to leave and you need to come back, it's going to stay right in its same place. You don't have to reset it, which is really, really nice, especially if you have a chaotic house like I have with my husband there, my grandson's there a lot, my father lives with us. We have to get up and move around a lot and help him out, and everything moves. So the magnets will help keep it down. The magnets are not included with the board, but they are available, and they're really great to help hold everything down. Now, the other thing that our light boards do that we have that comes with all of our light boards that is unique to us is they all come with this translucent self-healing cutting mat. Now, the cutting mat, the light shines straight through it. And I'm going to flip that overhead one more time. And I'm not sure, it's hard to kind of see, but it has this raised surface on the back, so it makes it kind of grippy, so that now when you set it on top of your light board, because of that grippy surface, it's not going to slip around. So it will stay right in place when you are, oh, that was pretty funny. It'll stay right in place when you are working on it. Now, because of the cutting mat, now this is turned into a lit cutting surface. So let's say you're working on your English paper piecing. Let's say you're working on projects, anything like that. I don't know what that's doing. I'm going to pass that over to Nathan and see if he can work on that. So when you are working on these things, usually what you're doing is you don't have your light. And so let's turn that back off. So you're setting your fabric out, and you're setting your piece, and you're doing your cutting, or you're doing your fold over, and you're hoping it's setting where you want it to be. Now with the light on, if you set that piece down, you can see exactly where the flowers or anything that you're working on is going to land. So you can make sure that you are centered exactly where you want that to be. And then you can go around and you can do your fussy cut right on top of here. Grab my cutter. You can fussy cut right on top of here. You can cut all the way around at your 1/4 inch or whatever you're trying to work on. And it's not going to hurt your light board because it is made to do this. So you have this cutting mat right on top of it. So this is our Glow Premium 2, and it is on a special for Cyber Monday here with SMP. And the bundle comes with our tote bag. So this is the tote bag that comes with this special bundle that we put together for SMP. It is double padded. And inside here, we made it nice and bright green. How many of you guys like drop things in the bottom of your bag and you lose your keys because it's so dark in there, you can't see what you're doing? So you're not going to lose your things in here because it's nice and bright. But it is padded on both sides, and there are reinforced corners on the bottom. So it will help keep your board nice and safe. It also has a project pocket here in the front. And so you're able to add your fabric or your patterns or anything you're working on. It has a little pocket right here for your power cord or your rotary cutter, anything you need to take with you there. It also has this little tab right here, guys. And this little tab is so great because you can slide that onto a suitcase or a rolly cart or anything like that if you're taking this on the go. And this one is really great to take on the go because of that portability of that light board. It also has regular briefcase handles and a padded shoulder strap that comes with it. So you can carry that with you. Great to carry on the airplane, you guys. It's great for traveling this holiday season. If you're going to see friends, you're going to see family, you can take everything with you inside this. I like to keep it with whatever project I'm working on all inside this bag at the same time. So I'm able to pull it out and work on stuff whenever I need to do that. So this special that Kennedy's going to come back and tell you how to get it, but it is our Glow Premium light board. This is the portable one. It has up to 4 hours of cord-free use. The lights are, and that's on the highest level. So if you use the lower levels, it'll last a little bit longer than that. So you've got different light levels with this, and it comes with the translucent cutting mat. That's what makes it so, so fantastic that you can do your cutting right on top of your light. So this is the first product that we wanted to bring as we brought our best to Cyber Monday here for SMP. But I do also want to show you guys the flip and fold cutting mat. So let me set these things aside here. The flip and fold cutting mat is a fantastic cutting mat. So good for on the go and so good for if you are limited in space. So at my house, I just started creating a sewing space at my house, but I was having to cut all of my fabric out on top of my dining room table. And then my family, for some reason, always got really annoying and needed to eat dinner. And so I'd have to put everything away. And I had the hardest time doing it. So how many of you guys have your big mats out on the table? And when you try to go put it away, you try to find somewhere to put it. So you try to set it up against the wall and it gets that little curl in the bottom that never seems to flatten out. So you slide it under the couch, you slide it under your bed, or you slide it wherever you can. And it's really hard to put away. This is our Flip and Fold 48 cutting mat. And if you can see, I have one right here. This is on the shelf. It folds up and goes on the shelf. So I'm going to show you how this works. It's really, really cool. So you start out here. You've got your 11 by 17 size, which is a great size for most of your smaller pieces, your little blocks that you're working on, 5.5 inch squares, anything like that. And you can cut right on this side. But then if you need a little bit more space, you can open it. So there is little puzzle pieces. And you always start, there's one puzzle piece on this side and there's two on this side. So if you always start where there's two, it's really easy to remember how to open this. So if you start where there's two, you just lift up that one puzzle piece and you flip it open, and then you just doubled your cutting space. Now you've got 17 by 24 mat with a 22-inch grid. Now the cutting mat starts over at 0. It starts at 0 here, and then it starts over again at 0 here. So you have all of the measurements that you need. Now, if you need a little bit more space, you can flip it over and you can fold it out. And now you've got 17 by 48 space right here. This is the size that I tend to leave mine at because this is where I do all of my strip cutting. And then I can do other stuff on the other part of the table, but I can keep this open at 17 by 48, which is so, so great. Now, I mentioned those little puzzle pieces a little bit ago. All you have to do is you want to make sure that those puzzle pieces are snapped in, and then it stays nice and flat, and you can cut right across all of these. Now, if you need a little bit more space, you guys, you can flip this open. Look at that. It's too big for this little table that we have in here, but this is 36 by 48. So you have a full-size cutting mat right here, and you can do all of your big cutting right on here. But then if you need to take it with you anywhere, or if you need to put it away, this is how much space that it will take. It is the best cutting mat. Now, it is made out of a material called TPE, so it's a little bit different than most cutting mats. It is a little more durable. It feels a little different than the mats that you're used to, but it's super durable. It's also heat resistant. So how many of you guys have ever left your cutting mat in your trunk of your car when you're going to a class or a retreat or something like that, and it gets so hot in there? This is what happens to your cutting mats. How many of you guys have warped cutting mats over the years? And it's just so sad and depressing when this happens and you can't use your mat anymore. We did a little test here in the desert of Utah. We're in Utah, so it gets pretty hot in the summertime. We set these out in the hot car for, I think it was 3 or 4 hours. And this is what happened with these. And we set this one out. This is a piece of our flip and fold mat. And look at that, perfectly flat. It doesn't warp. Now, it's not heat resistant. You don't get to iron on it. But if you leave it in your hot car, it is not going to warp. So it will always be nice and flat, and you don't have to worry about throwing it out because of that. So I just want to show you one more time all the different sizes, you guys. It is so, so great. It starts at 11 by 17. You can flip that open, and you can go 17 by 24. It's got all of your markings. All of your angles are on here. It's also got all of your little 1/4, 3/8, 1/2, 5/8 listed on here because none of us like to do fraction math. So it's really nice to have all of that right on top of there. So it opens up to 17 by 22. If you need more space, you just flip it over and unfold it. And now you've got 17 by 48. The little puzzle pieces, you want to just make sure you keep them snapped in right like that. And that stays nice and flat. And then this one will open up to 36 by 48. Now there is one more size that I'm really bad at doing. So I'm going to try to do this for you guys. But if you lift it up from the middle like this, I'm really bad at it. And you can flip it open. There you've got a 20 or 36 by 24 by 36, which is a standard size mat, which this one we all love. This is a standard size. Again, just make sure your little puzzle pieces are snapped together. And then you've got, so this is 5 cutting mats in one. If you try to find 5 cutting mats so that you have all the sizes that you need when you go to a class, take all of those with you. It's so hard to do. You never know what size you're going to need at a class or a retreat. But this way, you can have all of the ones you might need in one swoop. It's all together. And then there's only one way for it to fold back up. So you can't mess up folding it up because it won't fold the wrong way. So you can fold this all back up and you can set it on your shelf if you need to. But the other thing that's really cool about this, we talked about the Glow Premium 2 and the tote bag that comes with it. This will also fit in this tote bag. So all of these pieces are a really great CutterPillar starter kit, if you will. It's the best of the best. It's our foldable mat. It's the biggest one, 36 by 48. And then our portable light board, which can fit inside this bag right along with your flip and fold mat. And you can take everything with you to class, and you can do your applique, you can do your piece cutting, you can do your paper piecing, you can do your strip cutting, you can do all of those things right on top of there. I'm not sure if Kennedy's still around, and I'm not sure how much time I've taken up. I did not set a stopwatch like I should have. But we have the best of the best here on SMP for Cyber Monday. Let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm more than happy to answer anything that you might have about any CutterPillar products or these in particular. Kennedy will come back on, I guess, in a little bit here to let you know how to get it. There you are. Thank you.
Hello, Melody. Amazing job.
I didn't watch the time.
No, you are all good. I love that flip and fold. It is so revolutionary. It really is. The fact that you have basically 4 or 5 different mats in one mat. It's crazy. And you can take it classes, like you were saying, set it up wherever you need to. The convenience part of it is so nice. I love it.
It is. It's so great. And if you're at a class, the thing that's so great is you can, this, like I said, this is the size that I leave mine at most of the time, but you can share it with your friend, right? You both can sit here and you can share it, and then you can have other space. Because when you're at a class or you're at an expo or you're at any of those kinds of things, like, you never know how much space you're going to actually get, right?
Exactly.
So this being 17 inches, it's a great size for those kinds of tables at retreats and things like that, because you never know how much space you're going to have. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and just think about it. If you're trying to bring a big old cutting mat, and the fact that you can just throw that into that bag and take it with you, it takes away so much carrying and, strain when you're trying to move from place to place.
Yes.
So that's awesome. Oh my goodness. And the Glow Premium makes it so easy, especially with how you were lining everything up. It really makes it so easy when you're doing certain piecing like that. It's really important to get everything super straight.
Yes, it really does. And like, all of our eyes are getting tireder and tireder, if that's a word, as we age. I don't like to say that they're getting old, but it's really hard to see things now. And even if you have great light in your studio, you're always causing shadows on your project, right? You're in the way of those lights. You're in the way of your task lights. You're in the way of your big lights. But when that light comes from below and your work area is lit, you can just see everything so much better.
Exactly. Oh, I love it. And that is exactly why I had to get you, Melody, and CutterPillar on and show all of these amazing products, because they got to know. They got to know that convenience is out there.
Yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and tell everyone how they can get this and how they can get both these products today. Melody, thank you so much for coming on today and showing all these products and taking the time to be here on Cyber Monday.
Thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye. All right. Let's talk all about these CutterPillar products. The first product that she showed was the CutterPillar Glow Premium 2. Now you will get the board, the light up board. You'll also get the little cutting mat there, as well as the portable carrying case. So that is amazing. If you have any questions on this, give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we would be happy to answer any of the questions that you've got. The next product that we talked about was the Flip and Fold. Now this is that foldable cutting mat. And there it is right there for you. You can fold this up, take it traveling with you, take it wherever you would like. But give us a call, 1-800-401-8151 if you want to pick these up today. And we've got some great specials for you. All righty. So that was our first demo of the day. Huge shout out to CutterPillar for coming on and showing us all of these amazing products. What did you guys think? I would love to know. I've got the comments up. I also want to give a shout out because I was looking at the comments earlier, and let me just find it. I believe we have a birthday in the house, and I believe it's Bernadette's birthday. So happy birthday, Bernadette. She has been watching forever. I have always seen you on there, so I have to give you a little shout out. Happy birthday, Bernadette. I love all my Sagittariuses. But happy birthday. Looking for any comments or any questions. Yeah, exactly. Like Betsy was saying, these CutterPillar products are great for travel. They are super convenient. I loved that she just showed it right in that cabinet. She could just fold it up and put it right on her shelf and don't even have to worry about it. Whereas so many other cutting mats, you can't fold it. So you have to either slide it behind a cabinet or, you know, put it somewhere where it's not in the way. And this flip and fold, you can take it anywhere. So that is amazing. I cannot wait for you guys to get your hands on these and check out, especially that flip and fold. It's essential. It's essential. All right. Oh, I'm so glad you guys are loving it so far. And yes, happy birthday to all the Sagittariuses. I see your guys' comments. All righty. Well, that was our first demo. What do we think? We still have got so much more to go. We are going to move on to our next demo, which we have Janome in the house, and we have the amazing Sam Fung. It has been so long since I've seen Sam, but he is going to be showing us all about the Janome MB-7, which is a multi-needle. So we're going to talk all about some embroidery, and who else other than we've got to have the one and only Sam Fung talk about the MB-7. It's the best. So I cannot wait to welcome everyone and welcome Sam to Cyber Monday. So come on in, Sam. How are you today?
Good. I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I am so good. I'm very, very excited to see all about this Janome MB-7. And I know you are just the pro at talking all about the MB-7. So I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away. But I will be back answering any questions, and then I will come back in about 15 minutes and tell everyone how they can get it.
Okay, great. Like she was saying, we're here about the MB-7. It's this nice machine right here. This is MB-7 because it has 7 needle changes. You can thread it up with 7 different threads. As you can see, I have the cones up here, and I also have some of the mini cones here. The machine, you load the thread up, and you can stitch up to 7 colors before you have to change out the colors. The machine comes with the RCS unit. This is a 5x7 unit. It's a touchscreen. You do have a USB port on the side for transferring the design. Now, this RCS unit, right now I have it attached to the machine, but I can take it off and set it on the table to use on table height. Also, in the back, there are some legs on here that flips out like your keyboard that you can put on the table for use. And you can also hook it back up onto the carriage arm right here for using it this way. Okay. Now, the other nice thing about this machine is the machine itself weighs 50 pounds. So that allows you to carry it to a trade show, to craft fairs and stuff like that. Because the machine only weighs 50 pounds, it is considered very lightweight for this type of semi-industrial machines, because most of them out there is way more than that. I just have it sitting here on a regular workbench, but you can put it on the folding table as long as it's on a wooden top. I wouldn't try to put it on plastic folding table. So, you know, it's lightweight enough and easy to transport. So one person can literally just carry this machine to the event. Now, this machine does come with 3 different hoops. This is the smallest hoop right here. Then you have a medium-sized hoop right here. And you also have the largest hoop right here. Now, this machine, these hoops are, let me get my cheat sheet right here because I can never remember the sizes. The largest is 9.4 by 7.9. That's how big this hoop is. And this is the embroidery feel for this machine. The next one, the medium-sized hoop, called the M2, is 5 by 4.3. So that's your medium-sized hoop right here. And the small hoop is a 2 by 2 hoop. Now, what I love about this hoop is it makes it very easy to install the hoop. You simply have an arm right here. You just slide it in. And I'm ready to go. Now, if you notice right here on the bottom, we have a free arm. So that way, if you want to do tote bags and things like that, it is very easy to pull it underneath the hoop and pull it under your free arm. So you don't have to worry about taking things apart. Now, this machine does have the extra large bobbin case. As you can tell, this is the extra large bobbin for this machine. It is bigger than your standard bobbin, and we can simply put it back in and put it on the machine. Okay, the machine comes with 50 built-in designs. I think I mentioned that already. You have 2 and 3 letter monograms, and also you have, let me see here, you have 10 different fonts available, and here's just a sample of some of the fonts that's available. Here's are some of the 2 and 3 letter monogramming. You have some brackets available. Your letters, you have a choice of the built-in letters in small, medium, and large, and this is how they look like. You also you have numbers and symbols available in the machine. So it is a very versatile machine. Not only that, for a machine this size, this is the manual you have for it. It's all spiral bound and it's very intuitive and easy to use. And so it's not a thick manual to learn how to use this machine. It's very user friendly. So if you have a Janome already and you're already doing embroidery, you already know how to use this machine. So let me pick up the RCS unit and show you a little bit about this, okay? So, as you can see right here on the screen, I have my designs right here. I can scroll through the screen and look at the different designs. Now, to do that, let me just page over. Okay, let's see. I have like right here on the side, we have a menu. I have some page turn arrows right here. I can turn the page. You can see the different designs. If I want to use a built-in design, I simply select the design. And as you can see, it goes to the Ready to Sew screen. My hoop automatically move to the correct position so that I can ready to embroider. Now, if I want to edit something, I simply come up here to the menu and I press, the screen tell me press the corresponding button. I touch the edit screen, and right now I'm in the edit screen. In the edit screen, on the right-hand side shows a hoop icon. So what I do is touch the arrow next to the hoop icon. I have a bunch of different hoops to select from. Like the first one's the M hoop. The M hoops are the hoops that comes with the machine. And I have a choice of the M2, M1, or the M3. This is the M2 hoop that I have on here. I have M2. But if I want to use the larger hoop, I simply select the M1 hoop, and the hoop size changes. As you can see, the design is real small because I have the large hoop selected. Now in here, I have an option of resizing the design, which is this button right here. And right here on the bottom of the screen, you can see where it says 100%. I can make it larger or smaller by touching the corresponding button, like this button right here. Now it's kind of hard to see on the camera, but this one is telling me I'm going from small to large. So I simply touch this, and you can see the numbers right here. I just enlarge the design by 120%. If I want to shrink it, I can shrink it down to 80%. I can enlarge any designs in the hoop up or down 80%. Now, the only thing is that will stop you from enlarging it to the 120% is if your hoop size. If you have a rather large design, it's almost the size of your hoop, then once it hit the maximum size of the hoop, it'll just beep at you, so it won't let you enlarge too big on the design. Okay, so let's say I've done that. I can simply touch this. I'm back. In here, I can rotate. Here's my rotation key. I can rotate it by 1 degree. You can see it turning slowly right here. one direction or the other direction, or I can rotate it by 90 degrees at a time. So go back, and if I don't want design, can trash it, get rid of it. I can save it into the file folder, turning to the next page. I can also copy, duplicate it by touching the duplication key. I can simply duplicate the designs. It's just that simple to use. I can also mirror image the design by touching this icon right here. I can mirror images left to right and upside down by flipping it. It's hard to tell this design, but that's what it is. The arcing key will let me arc the letters and fonts that's available. Since this is design, I can't arc it. And I have a rainbow bar here that lets me change the design color that's built in. So right now it's a pale sky blue. Let's say I want to change it to a different color. I simply touch it and you can see it changed the color to another color. Okay. Once I have done that, I can save the name and stuff like that. I can also touch the menu, go back to the main menu. Okay. And hit OK to save it. And as you can see right here, this design now has been saved. It has two colors to it. There's my original one. The colors didn't change. Now, let me go back. Let's go back in there. And I can do color sorting. I can touch this to enlarge the screen so that I can see the design in my window right here, like so. Okay. If I hit menu to go back, I can add fonts to it by simply touching the font key. In the font key right here, I have all these different fonts available to me, the 10 different fonts. Here's my 2 and 3 letter monogramming that's available also. To move through the font, I simply touch the key and you can see it moves the color change, move it to the font. So if, for instance, I have Chatham selected, I simply select OK, and my alphabet appear. So I can type my name, Sam, S, and then if I want lowercase, right here on the side, it can go from uppercase to lowercase with just a simple touch of a button. Once I'm done with it, I simply touch OK, and it goes to the center of my screen. Now I have the option of moving it around. And if I scroll down some more to the next page, I can arc it right here. In the arcing key, I can make a smiley face. Well, make a frowny face sort of like, or I can make a smiley face by going the other direction. As you can see, what happens is when I start arcing it, the letter gets squished together. So I have the option of separating them, moving them further apart. So as you can see, now I can see all the letters and I can still continue to arc them and do stuff like that. I can also change the color if I wanted to. Just hit OK to save this. And what I want you to do is show you this. If I go back to the main menu into the edit screen, I want to show you the other hoops are available. The T hoops right here, meaning there are a couple of Tajima hoops that I can use with this machine, and the numbers are correspondent to the Tajima hoops itself. So there are a couple of them that you can get. We don't stock it, but it's available to you. We also have specialty hoops. Yes, hoops are for that. The specialty hoops they have is the sock hoops. There's a set of sock hoops you can get for it. And there's also a hat hoop that you can get for this machine. Okay, other than that, if we go back, you have some J hoops. The J hoops are really monogramming hoops, or different shapes and sizes available. Now, before my time is almost up, I want to let you guys know something. Today, right now, with the purchase of the MB-7, you can get, they do have a special offer available, and that is you can get the Ava cabinet. I don't have the Ava cabinet available on me right here. For an additional $1,699, the regular price on it is $2,952. And with the Ava cabinet, you get 28 spools of the large king cones like we have here. And you also get 49 of the mini kings right here. And the king cones, the MSRP on those is $324, and the MSRP on the mini kings is $310. Plus, it also will include your hat hoop right here. And this is a flat hat hoop that you would simply put the ball cap, the build into this piece right here. You use sticky stabilizer in the back. You stick it here, flatten down the top part of the ball caps, insert it into the machine, and that's how you would embroider on a ball cap. This machine is a great machine for those of you who wants to think about starting your own business. This is a great machine to have. So if you've been looking at it, I know we've talked about it, this machine through several times of this year. Now is a great time to get this machine, to put it on your Christmas list and put it under your tree. I think my time's about up. Let me bring her back, and she can tell you all about the special we have on this machine.
Hello, Sam. Great job. I just love this machine and the special that you guys have today with the Ava cabinet and the thread. I don't know how people can pass this up. It is just one of the best deals that I've seen, especially with multi-needles. So thank you so much for coming on. It was amazing to see you, and I'm going to tell everyone how they can get this.
Okay, great.
All right, let's talk about that MB-7. There it is. You've got it there. This machine also comes with that Ava cabinet, and this is specifically for Cyber Monday. So it comes with that Ava cabinet, those threads, and a huge bundle included with purchase. So if you are interested, give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. And I also just want to really highlight some of the prices that you'll see today are not on our website, and you do have to call in for these. So make sure you give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, or go to our website and chat live. Yes. They will be able to help you and get you all of the special pricing today. We can show the CutterPillar and the flip and fold again one more time. Just these, for example, call in to get these prices. So that Glow Premium, that board, and then the flip and fold, you got to call in for these. So just letting you guys know, but make sure you give us a call for that MB-7. Do not miss out on that special deal with those. Oh my goodness. Well, we are going to move right along, and I hope everyone is enjoying Cyber Monday so far. I did see a few people come in as Sam was presenting, but we are going to just move right along to our next demo, and we have Miss Rhonda Pierce with Schmetz here today talking all about needles. Now, I know with needles, you may think that's just very simple, and it's like, oh, I need this needle, I need that. There is so much to learn about needles, and I have learned so much from Rhonda. We've had her on the show a few times in the past, and she just is so knowledgeable when it comes to all of this. So I am so excited to bring Rhonda on. Rhonda, how are you today?
Hello, Kennedy. I'm delighted to be here. And guess what? I'm nice and warm today.
It's I was going to say.
And snowy in the Chicago area.
It's snowing. Oh my goodness. I am so jealous. It's cold and gray here in San Diego. Nothing too exciting, but I love your little puffer. I love that we're all cozy today. And I am so excited to hear you talk all about some needles.
You bet. Well, you know what I say, when it snows, it's a great day to sew.
There you go. There you go. You got it. I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. And yes, we have lots of sewing to do for the holiday season. I'm sure I'm not alone. So today I'm going to talk about the hardest working 2-inch piece of steel in your sewing machine, the Schmetz needle. Did you know that there are over 17 different types of needles used by our home sewing machines. Doesn't matter what the brand of machine is, whether you have a Babylock, a Janome, a Juki, or another brand. Schmetz works with all the different brands of home sewing machines. So today I want to talk specifically just about a few needles that I bet you could use right now. So how many of you are making quilts or maybe even quilted jackets? I know those are really popular right now. So I have 5 popular needle types for quilting, and you can use these for general sewing too. So let's talk about them. And the first is the universal needle. The universal needle, the workhorse of all needle types. Well, I hope this is coming out okay. It shows backwards, but I'm going to go ahead and go. The universal needle has a slightly rounded point. So it works well with both our knit fabrics. It works well with our quilting fabrics. Size 80-12 is the most popular needle type and size, followed by universal size 90-14. So no matter what kind of sewing, piecing, quilting you like to do, I always suggest you have universal 80 and 90 in your stash. Another needle popular for piecing and quilting is the jeans needle, also known as a denim needle. And what's so special about this needle? Well, the jeans needle has an optimized blade, an optimized or reinforced blade. So when your needle passes through the heavier or denser fabrics, there's less needle deflection, less movement of the needle. So you get a cleaner stitch. Another needle popular for piecing and quilting and general sewing too is the top stitch needle. The top stitch needle. And what's so special about the top stitch needle? Well, the top stitch needle has an elongated eye. So there's less stress on your thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. The top stitch needle. Another needle popular for piecing and quilting is the quilting needle, just as the name suggests, but you can use this for piecing too. This needle was specifically engineered for piecing and for quilting. It has a special tapered point, specifically engineered for piecing and for quilting. It comes in 2 sizes. So you'll probably use the smaller size 75-11 for the piecing of your project and the larger size 90-14 for the quilting of your project. And that leaves one other popular needle for piecing and for quilting. And oh, it just happens to be my favorite. And that's the Microtex needle, Schmetz Microtex. The generic name for a Microtex needle is a sharp needle. So when your books and patterns say use a sharp needle, they're referring to a Schmetz Microtex needle. So what's so special about Microtex? The Microtex needle has a very slim acute point. Very slim acute point. So with the Microtex needle, you get the most precise stitches. And because the Microtex has that very slim acute point, guess what? Your Microtex needle is going to dull quicker than any other needle type. So be prepared to switch out your Microtex more frequently than any other needle type. So for a quick review, 5 popular needle types for piecing and quilting. Well, we've got the workhorse of all needle types, the universal needle. We've got the jeans needle, also known as a denim needle, which has that optimized or the reinforced blade. So there's less needle deflection when your stitch is made. We have the top stitch needle, which has that elongated eye. So there's less stress on your thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. The quilting needle, just as the name suggests, you can use this needle for both piecing and for quilting. It has a special tapered point. You'll probably use the smaller size 75-11 for the piecing of your project and the larger size 90-14 for the quilting of your project. And last but not least is the Microtex needle, specific with a very slim acute point. So you get really clean, precise stitches. And the other thing I'll just mention about the Microtex is how many of you like to sew, piece, or quilt with batik fabrics? I love batik fabrics. And even if you pre-wash your batik fabrics, oftentimes they're still tightly woven and they can still have dye residue. And that Microtex can just stitch beautifully through your batik fabrics. So guess what? Sewing Machines Plus has these already bundled up. 1 pack of each of these 5 different needle types for piecing, for quilting, and for general sewing. Each of the bundles comes with a little laminated luggage tag with the Schmetz color chart. So you can identify your needles easily with the Schmetz color chart. And the bundle also comes with the ABC Pocket Guide, which is the foundation for all of my classes. Maybe I've seen you in a virtual class right here at Sewing Machines Plus or elsewhere. So all of these are bundled up, and Kennedy will talk about the special pricing when we finish here. All right, well, let's scoot along because I have a couple other things to show you. How many of you like to sew with knits? I love to sew with knits. And when I first learned to sew with knits, it was double polyester. How many of you remember double polyester? Well, knits have come a long way since then. So if you haven't sewn with knits in a while, I encourage you to do so. And part of the success of sewing with knits is using the appropriate needle. So there are 2 needle types you must have in your stash when you're sewing with knits. And the first is the jersey needle. Generically known as a ballpoint needle. The jersey needle has a medium ballpoint. The other needle that you need in your stash when you're sewing with knits is a stretch needle. And guess what? The stretch needle also has a medium ballpoint. But when you compare the stretch to the jersey, the stretch needle has a smaller eye and a deeper scarf. So now your thread, your fabric, and your machine and your technique are going to play just a little bit differently. So if you're sewing with knits, how do you know? Do you use a jersey or a stretch needle? Well, there's a rule of thumb that works about 80% of the time. If your knit fabric has lycra, spandex, or elastic, you're going to use the stretch needle. And most of our knit fabrics today do. If it's just a regular knit fabric, use the jersey needle. Sometimes stretch and jersey are interchangeable, but not always. So I encourage you to have both needle types on hand. So guess what? Sewing Machines Plus has these already bundled up. This is the Sewing with Knits bundle. So you get the jersey needle in assorted sizes. And then you get a pack of 2 packs of stretch needles, a pack of 7511 and also size 9014. So just like that earlier Schmetz bundle, the Sewing with Knits bundle comes with a laminated luggage tag with the Schmetz color chart and the handy ABC pocket guide. And let me just walk you through this pocket guide a little bit. The pocket guide, let me see, well, it has the Schmetz color chart here. It has a wonderful a 2-page spread about all the different needle points. And then here is something important, a diagram about the eyes of the needle. So you don't have to remember that the top stitch and the metallic have elongated eyes, and the embroidery needle has an extra wide eye. What's that mean? Less stress on your thread as it's passing through the eye of the needle. And the Little Schmetz ABC Pocket Guide also has a 2-page spread of over 70 fabrics with recommendations for needle type and size. So if you've been curious about sewing with cork or bamboo, guess what? you can go right here into the ABC Pocket Guide, and it will recommend what needle type and size to use. And you can download this into your phone also just by going to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Okay, let's see. I also have the Grab It MyPad Needle Organizer. How many of you are familiar with this? Well, guess what? We're in high season for sewing, right? Or maybe we all sew year round. And oftentimes we work with different projects, with different fabrics and different needle sizes. And maybe you only slightly use your needle. Maybe it's still sewing worthy. How do you keep track of your sewing worthy needles? It's with the Grab It MyPad Needle Organizer. And what is this? It's an extra thick piece of felt. And during COVID, I updated it. So now it has all of our most popular needle types using the Schmetz color chart. And then there's a cell for each of the different needle sizes for that specific needle type. So universal has the most needle sizes. So it has the most real estate on our little MyPad. So for your slightly used needles, you just take your slightly used needle and you slide it into the appropriate needle type and size. It comes with a little flower head pen, because how many of you maybe inherited mom or grandma's needles, and they don't have the color codes, but you took care of them. They weren't exposed to dust or moisture, so they're still sewing worthy. Once you take that needle out of the package and you put it in your machine, use the little flower head pin to identify the needle currently in your machine. So now you don't have to rely on your memory. So Kennedy's got a special on this Grab It MyPad Needle Organizer too. So my final message for you is, needles don't last forever. They do get dull with use. So let me just quickly run through a couple clues that your needle needs to be replaced. Well, while you're sewing, what's happening to your thread? Is your thread breaking and shredding? Hey, that's a clue that you need to change your needle. When you're sewing, what's happening to your fabric? Is your fabric puckering? Is the needle snagging your fabric? Or in a severe case, the needle hits your fabric and tucks the fabric into your throat plate. Hello, that's a clue that you need to change out your needle. While you're sewing, what's happening to your stitches? Are your stitches skipping? Are your seams uneven? Or maybe you're sewing at your machine and you're saying, well, Rhonda, I'm sewing in a straight line. How come my stitches look kind of wiggly squiggly? Guess what? Your needle is dull and you need to switch out your needle. And one other clue. Hopefully when you're sewing, you're in that bubble. All is right in my sewing world. My machine is humming along. And then you start to hear that little click, click, clicking sound. And what is it? It's your needle saying, hey, I've been working hard here. Change me, change me. If you ignore the clicking, now it graduates to a pop, pop, popping sound. Now your needle is yelling at you, change me, change me. And if you ignore the clicking and the popping, what's happening now? Clunk, clunk, clunk. And your first thought is, oh my goodness, something's wrong with my machine. But even if you take your machine into the tech, what's the first thing the tech's going to ask you? When's the last time you changed your needle? So I'm not here today just to sell you more needles, but really I want you to have a wonderful sewing experience, and that includes changing out the needle. So quick review, you've got some bundles. You've got the piecing and quilting bundle available. You've got the sewing with knits bundle available at Sewing Machines Plus. And you've got the Grab It MyPad Needle Organizer. So where are you going to buy them? Right here at Sewing Machines Plus. And Kennedy's going to come right back on, and she's going to tell you about the special prices. So have a wonderful holiday, everyone. Get all your sewing projects done. And remember, needles don't last forever, so don't be afraid to switch out your needle. And thanks for using Schmetz needles.
And thank you, Rhonda, for coming on and talking all about needles today. I must say, I always love having you on, especially just for your last name. I feel like it's so perfect with what you're talking about. It's so great. I'm like, oh, she's Miss Pierce, of course.
Yes. Yes, I am. You know, some things you just can't plan.
No, and I love it. And it's just the best. I love it. But thank you, Rhonda, for coming on. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get this
Okay.
and get them some new needles. And in fact, everyone, while we're all here together and you have Rhonda and I as your witnesses, go change your needle.
Okay.
While we're all here.
Do it.
That way you will not forget. There you go.
All
Thank
right.
you, Rhonda.
You bet. Bye.
Awesome. Well, let's talk all about, let's go through these real quick. So that's that first bundle. There, you see it there. That is the Sewing with Knits bundle that Rhonda was talking about. It's got all of that included for you and that pocket guide, which is super helpful. I actually still have my little pocket guide that I use when I am working on different projects. But there it is for you. You can call us 1-800-401-8151 and get your new needles. We also had the piecing and quilting bundle, which is awesome. You've got all of those needles in there with that pocket guide as well, and that little reference chart, which is awesome. And you can go ahead and give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, or go chat live on our website and talk to one of our sewing experts. The last thing she mentioned was that MyPad needle organizer. So there is that for you. Super helpful for keeping track of all your different needles. But all three of these products are available for you today. Just give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will get you some needles, some Schmetz needles. I love Schmetz needles, and I also love the Microtex. If I were to recommend a needle type, it would be Microtex for sure. All right, we are moving on off to our next demo. We have the amazing Lisa Knight, and we were gonna have also the amazing Michelle Hall, and Michelle unfortunately could not make it, but Lisa is here, and I adore them both, and I'm so excited that Lisa is here today. We are going to talk all about the Babylock Applaud. So Lisa, welcome to the show. How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm super excited to be here. I'm sorry that Michelle couldn't be here, but I'm ready and willing to step in.
We are so excited that you're here, and I know you have the Babylock Applaud, and we just adore that machine here, and I cannot wait to hear you talk about it. I'm going to let you go. I will see you back in about 15 minutes, and then I'll tell everyone how they can get this machine.
All right. Hi, everyone. I love the Babylock Applaud. It is a phenomenal machine. I have all things Babylock, and this machine has just really captured my heart. And I only have a really short time to talk about it. I could talk to you guys about it for hours, but I'm going to switch over to the camera to look at the machine, and then we'll talk about the things that you can get with it. And hopefully we'll have time to look at samples. So let's go to the machine. Meet me over there. So here is the machine. And isn't it beautiful? I just absolutely love it. It looks like a serger, but it is a cover stitch, a decorative cover stitch machine that does some really amazing things. In fact, I'm going to grab a couple samples so that you can see them while we're up on the screen. So here is one of the things it can do. This is a chain cover with some cute little yarn that I had around the house, and I created a nice little zipper bag with it. And then this is to go with the zipper bag, or the zipper bags to go with this. And look how fun. All of these are cover stitch. And the fun part is this is a cover stitch on top as well as below. So if you've been wanting to be able to sew at leisure or do some really beautiful decorative things, you can do it with this machine, because not only is it going to cover on one side, it's going to cover on both sides, but it can also be a cover stitch machine, just a straight up cover stitch machine. So let's talk about some of the parts and pieces of the machine so you can understand what we've got here. You know, you've got your 3-thread cover up here, and you've got your cover stitch thread right here, and we've got these really fun wipers. And I've got my machine set up right now with the wipers set up. So I wanted you to be able to see that fun thing first. So I'm going to bring it in a little closer. So sorry if I make you seasick. It's really bright there. Hoping you're going to be able to see. Maybe once I put my fabric underneath, you'll be able to see just fine. So I'm going to bring my needles up because you always want to start in the fabric. And I'll lower the presser foot and do a needle up, a needle down, and let's get rolling. And I don't know if you can see it, but right here, there is a decorative thread, 2 decorative threads, and they're going through these little wipers right here and here. Let me grab my tweezers so I'm not putting my finger in the way. This is a wiper and this is a wiper, and it's crisscrossing as it's stitching. So not only is it doing the cover stitch, but it is now doing that beautiful decorative cover on top. Now, if you don't want a decorative cover, you can thread it with regular thread or a woolly stretchy nylon type thread that can be that top on maybe athleisure wear. So let's let it stitch off here and let me snip it. And there is a thread cutter on the side, but I'm a little far away from it right now. But see how beautiful that decorative cover stitch is? And just imagine that if I'd had regular thread in there, that would just be the regular thread across. And then you look at the back and you've got a cover stitch there. So you have cover stitch in both areas. Now this is a specialty foot. Oh, let me see. It's really glary. Let me turn down something and go to my settings here for just a second and bring the exposure down just a little bit. Maybe that'll let us, there we go. And let's make sure it's focused. All right, so that's a better view of what we were looking at. So here is your specialty foot. It's going to do all the cover stitching. It's going to have those special wipers. When you don't want the wipers to be engaged, you would just put this down. It's really easy to thread. It has a needle threader over here on the side. Let me pick this up just a little bit. And you just put it in the position. Right now I have it for 3 thread. You can set it up for 2 thread or 1 thread. You have all of those options. Let's put that back down. You have a speed control here and a needle up, needle down. You have, I love the speed control because, you know, sometimes we get a little lead-footed and we go really, really fast. I love the extra space here, especially if you're going to be creating wearables or large items. Turn that off. And you have all the controls that you would with a serger, except this is a cover stitch machine. And I'm going to bring this back. You have these accessory holes, and there are lots of accessories for this machine. And there's lots of education on Babylock.com for this machine. It also comes with a differential feed right here. So if you are working on something that you need to adjust that speed, then you have that to work with. And down here, which I'm going to try to go to very slowly so it doesn't make you seasick, you have a stitch length control, which gives you the ability when you make it longer or shorter, it changes the look of your decorative or of your cover stitch. Now let's look at the inside here real quick. We have, oops, we have our wonderful air threading to the leader. The top ones are just needle threading, so you're not threading other things because it's not a serger, so to speak. But threading is really easy for your cover stitch. You just push that button and the air brings it over to this side. And there's a little pocket over here you can check to see that it is in place. Super easy to do. It's not going to sew when you have these open or you have it in threading mode. So let's close that back up. You also have a threading path over here, and you have what I call the secret compartment, because a lot of people don't know it's there until somebody either points it out or they discover it. And in that secret compartment are all kinds of little tools. There's a little tool bag in here, and I'm going to adjust this so you can see all the things that come with the machine in just a second. You have a knee lift right here. You'll put your knee lift adjuster right there. But let me move the camera so that you can see these things. And then we'll go back and do a couple adjustments and see some different stitches. Let's see. We're going to move that down like so. So you're going to get quite a bit. You'll get this bag, which has all kinds of wonderful things in it. It's got 4 thread nets, so that if you have some threads that aren't behaving, you can put the thread net on it and it'll help you control them. You'll get these 4 sponge needle caps, so you can set maybe smaller spools of thread on them. You'll get 4 of those. You'll get a needle cap, 4 needle caps that you can use that will hold your needle, not hold needle caps, thread caps, excuse me. Thread caps that'll hold smaller spools of thread in place so they don't jump up and down as you're doing your decorative cover stitching. All of those things and this screwdriver are in this bag. Oh, there's one more thing. There is a looper, lower looper, not looper, cover stitch guide. So if you want to use a really heavier thread, you can pull that through, because sometimes they don't want to be air threaded. And all of those fancy things are right there. Now, in that secret compartment, you'll get this little bag. Let me move this just a little bit so I don't have to be right up underneath of it. You'll get this little bag, and in this little bag, you'll get a set of needles, and you're going to use EL705CF. The EL needles come in all different sizes in ballpoint, and it is very opportune that we had Rhonda Pierce talking about needles beforehand. You'll get this screwdriver, and what this is used for is to help you unscrew a needle and move your needles around. And I'm going to leave that out because I'm going to do something with a needle in a minute. This is a nice little cleaning brush. It also has a needle minder right here. You can put your needle there. So if you have a hard time getting your fingers in there, you can use that. You'll get some wonderful tweezers. You'll get these 2 little screws that can be used for those accessory holes. And you don't want to lose those, so keep them where you can find them. And you're going to get a regular foot for doing regular cover stitching. This can do regular cover stitching, but if you don't want to be messing with the wipers, or they're distracting to you, you can definitely put this on and use it as a regular cover stitch machine. And this is wrapped around my cord, so let me see if I can get it out without tripping things up. This is your knee lift, which is great for going around curves or helping you ease fabric. Sometimes when fabric is a little tight, you have that. So I'm going to get my samples. Oh, and you also get what Babylock's famous for, our recipe cards to tell you exactly how to thread for each type and style of stitching. Got all of those things. And you'll get a manual. I've shown you those samples. Let's show you a couple more. There's lots of really wonderful decorative items that you can do. You can use the couch in rat tail. Here's another look. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to move the camera. So this is a single cover stitch. This is a triple cover stitch. This one is showing off two threads, and depending on where you put the needles, you get different effects. You can do curves and curve as you go. Here's some looks with the cover stitch and the wipers different widths. You can also do just one wiper. You don't have to have thread in both wipers. So you have so many options and so many fun accessories. So definitely check out what Sewing Machines Plus has for you. And it looks like I have to move back and let Miss Kennedy do the talking. Hold on. Let's come in here.
Hello. All right. Let
Hello.
me get this one off here. Lisa,
Yes.
thank you so much for coming on and talking all about that Applaud today. I love this machine. My favorite thing is those recipe cards. Makes it so easy when it comes to threading. My goodness.
Well, I mean, I'm always, if I misplace mine, and I've gotten to the point where I don't misplace them. I know exactly where they are. They're right with my machine because I'm going, oh no, I don't remember how to do this, or what do I do for this? And you don't have to worry because it's right there. And you just step by step. It shows you all different needle placements, all different ways to thread. I mean, and it's very simple and straightforward to thread as well.
I love it. I love it. Lisa, thank you so much for coming on and talking about the Applaud today. It was great to see you. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get this machine.
That's great. Everybody have a wonderful holiday, whatever you celebrate, and a great new year. We'll see you next year.
Awesome. Bye, Lisa. All right, let's talk about that Applaud. So there it is. There is that cover stitch there for you. Make sure you give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and our sewing experts can get you the best pricing today because it's Cyber Monday, y'all. We got some great stuff in store. Also, just that reminder, any of the products that you see here today on the screen, give us a call at 1-800-401-8151, and our sewing experts can get you the best pricing over the phones. That's the easiest way to get all of that pricing there for you. But we are moving along right with our Cyber Monday stream, and we are coming up on our next demo, and we have Miss Jennifer from RNK coming in next, and she's going to talk to us all about Floriani, RNK, so much good stuff. So I don't want to waste any more time. So Jennifer, how are you? How are you today?
I'm good. How are you? Happy Monday. Happy Cyber Monday.
Happy Monday. It's a special Monday. It's Cyber Monday. I am good. I am so excited that you're here, and I cannot wait to hear you talk about all the fun stuff that you got in store for us. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay, we'll see you shortly. So I hope everyone had an amazing holiday weekend. And I know for me, this kind of marks, although I say every single year, I'm going to plan ahead and get things done ahead of time. This really and truly marks the beginning of that sewing holiday, right? I don't know about you, but I spent a good part of the day on Friday and a little bit of time on Saturday doing some stitching, getting a little jump on some holiday gifts. And so the things that I want to share with you today really fall in line with some of the other things that you've seen on the Cyber Monday presentation, including that amazing Applaud top-bottom cover stitch machine that you just had a look at. So let's jump right in and talk about the threads and the thread bundle that I want to share with you. And then we'll pop it back over to Kennedy, and you can have a look at all of the other machines and things that are being featured today. There is nothing other than your threads and your needles that touches every single component of the projects that you are working on. And so when we're doing decorative stitch type work, which let's face it, is the most fun. Construction is great, but decorative is like that frosting on the cake. Then when we're doing decorative stitch work, whether it be using an overlock, using a cover stitch machine, if you are just starting your journey into machine embroidery and looking at that first, or maybe that 21st embroidery machine that you're going to be taking home for the holidays, you want to be sure that you are using a thread that is going to give you the results that you're after. And so that's why we use Floriani embroidery thread. And what makes this embroidery thread unique and what makes it so incredibly beautiful? So embroidery thread, machine embroidery thread, as a rule, is a 40 weight thread. And so that makes it just a little heavier than a basic construction thread. So it's going to fill in very beautifully and give you that robust look to your machine embroidery that we see here, right? We don't want it to be skimpy. We don't want it to be hiding down in the fabric. What makes Floriani embroidery threads so unique is that it has a very, very high tensile strength and a very high sheen. So it looks very rich and very lustrous on all your projects. And especially around the holidays, that's something that we really, really want to make sure that we are seeing, right? Is that beautiful shine on our embroidery thread. It is a polyester thread, which makes it very, very strong. It also means that it will be light resistant or fade resistant. It's durable, and it can be washed over and over again. So if you are embroidering something for kitchen use or something for a child or a teenager, then you know that your embroidery will stand up over time. And so in today's gift box or bonus box, first of all, I think this box is very, very cute. Who doesn't love little mini storage boxes? I can't be the only person who bought that small little box of Munchkins just because it came in that adorable Wicked tin. So here is our embroidery Wicked Cool tin. And this reusable box includes 9 spools of Floriani embroidery thread, and not just any thread, but it is a holiday assortment that includes 3 variegated thread colors, specially selected for holiday stitching, along with 6 spools of the traditional colorways that coordinate beautifully. I really love adding lettering and monogramming and such to my projects in general, but again, over the holidays, it's even more fun to start playing with lettering and text, whether it's something, like this home deck pillow for the holidays, or maybe I'm just adding monogram or a personal touch to something that I have purchased and plan to give as a gift. As an example, don't tell, but the grandchildren usually end up with personalized towels with their names and some type of a design on it. A, it's something that's unique to them. B, I know which child left their towel on the floor when they come to visit. And with your Floriani embroidery thread, there's no need to worry that those towels aren't going to last over excessive numbers of washing. So when I am adding lettering and adding text, I like to combine different fonts together. So it almost becomes a little bit of what I would call like ransom note embroidery, mixing and matching those fonts. Or, of course, we can always keep all of our lettering the same if you're looking for something that has a little bit more of a classic look. If you are adding text, maybe you're going to embroider some recipe towels to go along with some treats as a holiday gift. And so for that, one of the things that I particularly like to work with is also included in this holiday box, and it is the Floriani Monogramming and Customizing Plus software. So this box, this is like a jewelry box, right? The box is beautiful. It has amazing thread in it. It has embroidery software in it, and it comes in that nice compact size that if you are looking for a gift to give over the holidays, it would fit nicely into a stocking. If you're looking for a gift for self, it's a great piece for you to be stitching out holiday goodies for others. But the monogramming and the customizing software, a few of the things that I particularly like. One is that it has 44 beautifully digitized fonts and professionally digitized fonts that are included. So I can find something that's going to be appropriate for the towels that I'm customizing, the children's bath towels, from that 13-year-old all the way down to that 8-year-old. There will be a font that will work well for their projects. When I go to those tea towels and I'm embroidering or recipe towels and stitching across those, I'm going to find the right font in here. And in addition to those 44, what I would call traditional style fonts or keyboard type fonts, there are also these beautiful embroidered fonts, like we see here with the capital letters in the Naughty and Nice pillow, as you see here, where it's what I would call a coordinating design alphabet. So each letter in the font or each letter in the alphabet is just a little different. So it almost becomes artwork in and of itself. Can't you just imagine stitching out a single word or someone's name using that beautiful coordinating alphabet? There are also, in those multicolored alphabets, there's one that we call Fuzzy Fill. And Fuzzy Fill has the look of like a letterman's jacket. So it gives you a lot of text or a lot of texture within the design itself. There is an applique font, as we see here. And this applique font, each of the letters has a beautiful stitch out over the top. It almost looks like a net. So it gives you a way to add some texture to your fabrics that you're using for the applique. And then that beautiful drop shadow around the back. Wouldn't that be just absolutely stunning? Whether we're using, just a few of the letters, maybe we're putting a monogram on a pillow, or even on those towels. This would be a great font to use because that applique is really going to hold down the nap of the towel, or maybe over something like a minky style blanket. And then this cosmic alphabet here, this is kind of cool. I am personally very into kind of that mid-century modern look at the moment. And so here are some of those more traditional types of alphabets. And these are really beautiful, stitched out in the variegated thread. It adds a little bit more visual texture and interest to the designs that you're stitching out. So it just gives them just that little extra something special. And then today, this is my favorite, right? Just like our kids, every day, we never really have a favorite, but depending on the project, sometimes one alphabet is a little more of a favorite than others. And this is my personal favorite today. It's very scripty, it's very elegant, but it's very open. And so it's something that doesn't add a lot of density or a lot of weight to your embroidery design. So it would work well on some lighter weight fabrics. If you're doing something maybe with linens or some of that lighter weight toweling, or on a garment, something like that, maybe on the band of a pillowcase, those would be some really beautiful, beautiful fonts to use. And now, if you are thinking that the monogramming and customizing software is just about lettering, it's also a great customizing software. So if you have been struggling with trying to convert thread colors in a project from one brand to another, or if you are looking to combine designs, rotate designs, color sort, maybe you're putting together something with 5 or 6 repeated elements, and rather than having to thread the machine 5 or 6 times over and over again, your monogramming and customizing software will automatically sort that for you. So it helps to speed up that embroidery time. Now, whether you have a new embroidery machine or whether you're looking to teach your current embroidery machine some new tricks, this is going to give you some great tools for that. There is a font importer. There is a design finder in here. So if you have been collecting embroidery designs for a while and you're wondering where in the world are they, your Floriani monogramming and customizing software will find them for you. So another time-saving feature. And by the way, it will also find SVG files for you if you have digital die cutting files on your computer, and it will find JPEGs. So if you're really not sure where you put those holiday pictures from last year, your Floriani monogramming and customizing software will find those for you. So what else is in our bundle today? That's the main piece within that little box. But we are also, for Cyber Monday, including a design collection called You Design It. And within the You Design It bundle, there are 15 design collections. And think of them as sort of color forms for embroidery. So these are a lot of fun if you are newer to machine embroidery, or if you are embroidering with children or grandchildren over the holidays. They can choose elements and combine those elements together. So as an example, one of the design collections has cute little monsters in it. You can choose monster bodies, then different eyes, different arms, different legs, different little antenna. And all of those cling together, or they sort of snap together. So it's really easy to create something that's going to work flawlessly. And again, wouldn't those be super cute, stitched out in holiday colors, and then maybe add the child's name. I'm thinking that monsters are going to be the theme of those bath towels this year. So that's a $2,200 value in the design collections that are included that will work with your monogramming and customizing software. And then because we want to have the right tools on hand for the job, we have the right threads, we have the right software, we have the right bonus design collections and fonts. This is, let me take some of these out. It's a little harder to see them on that black background. This is the Floriani Sewing and Embroidery Toolkit. And while I'm taking these out, something that I neglected to mention about the thread. I started down that decorative thread path. But your decorative threads, like these Floriani embroidery threads, they are beautiful for machine embroidery. They're beautiful for decorative overlock work. They make a really pretty and elegant rolled hem if you're doing napkins for the holidays. They're also great for free motion quilting and for using those decorative stitches on your machines. So maybe you want those tea towels or those recipe towels to have just a little something more beyond the recipe. Adding a decorative stitch along the hem or the border of those towels just takes it levels it one more step up and makes it a little extra fancy. So in the toolkit that also is part of this Cyber Monday bundle, the Floriani toolkit comes in a great case, so you can keep all of your items close by if you're going to a class, or like me, you just need to put them back where they came from or back in their packaging so that you can find them again the next time you sit down to stitch. So it includes this great pair of tiny tipped tweezers, great for when you need to, pulling out little bits of threads that may have gotten caught somewhere where they shouldn't have, or if you are needing to thread loopers, or if you are needing to thread a long arm machine, anytime that you need to pinch and grab, you're going to find that these Floriani metallic blue tweezers are just the ticket. This is absolutely, going back to those favorites again, my favorite of the scissors or of the tools in the collection. And these are my snips. I keep these sitting right on the top of my embroidery machine, and I go to them over and over and over again. So they're pointy. They have a little curvature to them, so you can get down into the hoop. You can get nice and close to those little jump stitches or those little straggly threads that you may need to get a hold of. There is a pair of micro tip embroidery or applique scissors. So they've got that beautiful little duckbill on the one end, nice and small, so you can get up close, that little curvature so that you're able to get down into the hoop without having to remove it from the machine. Then there's also a pair of fine tip scissors. They're going to sneak right into tight, close places. If you are one of those people that removes your cutaway stabilizer by getting right up and around versus doing something that's a little bit more of a shadow of the stabilizer, great pair for that. And then last but not least is a little pair of curved snips that are also included in the beautiful toolkit. So for Cyber Monday, this is the time to reach out to Sewing Machines Plus to see about securing your Floriani toolkit, along with your box of treasure that includes the monogramming and customizing, plus software, the 9 spools of beautiful high tensile strength, high sheen embroidery thread, 3 of which are variegated colors, and of course your You Design It 15 design collections to get started on all of those holiday projects. So Kennedy, how can they take home their Cyber Monday group?
Yes, I'm going to tell everyone how they can get their hands on all of this amazing stuff. Jennifer, thank you so much for coming on. I had a great time watching, and we will see you super soon.
All right. It was a pleasure. Thank you all.
Bye, guys. All right. So if you have any questions and you want to order anything that Jennifer talked about today, you can give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will get you all set up. I highly recommend that tool set. All of our sewing experts on the phone and on our live chat on our website are ready to answer any of your questions, but we're going to go ahead and move on to our next demo. We've got Janome back in the house, and we've got Sam again talking all about the Janome 9850. So Sam, welcome in. Welcome back. I cannot wait to hear you talk about the 9850. I'm going to let you get started right away, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm back. This time we're going to talk about 2 different machines, the 9480 and also the MemoryCraft 1000. We'll start off with the 9480. This is a sewing and embroidery combo. This machine right here, you can see on the top, has 200 decorative stitches, and it also has 2 different fonts available to you. The machine itself, the front cover does open up so you can look into the machine. That's one of the nice feature on this machine, that you can open the side cover up and look in there. You also have a foot adjustment right here for the how much pressure you're putting onto your sewing projects up here on the top. The machine also comes with 11 different feet, as you can see right here. So you have the buttonhole foot here, you have the free motion quilting foot, and a couple of your sewing foot right here, including your embroidery foot right here. It also does come with a second bobbin case for doing machine embroidery. Now this machine right here, what I love about it, you do have a free arm. If I can just pull this over, and right here in the very front, hopefully you guys can see this, there's a latch right here. So if I need to change out, or if I need to get into anything under the bobbin case to clean it or things like that, I simply push down on the lever, the plate pops up. It has an extra high lift that I can lift up the foot, and I can easily take out my plate and take out my bobbins and also my bobbin case for easy cleaning. So we always need to clean off our machine, especially after we've been quilting and stuff like that, to get those lint out. Now, to put it back in, I simply snap it and I'm ready to go. Now I'll put this table back in, and this machine comes with 2 different embroidery hoops. You have the small one right here, which is a 5 by 5 by 5 by 5, and the rectangular one. This is the RE20, which is this hoop right here. This is a 6 by 7 by 7.9 hoop, and that is how big the embroidery feel on this machine. Now this machine in particular, your embroidery unit attaches to the back. There's a lever on the side of the machine. We just press down the lever and the arm will swing out totally, and you would just attach it to the back. And one thing nice about having an embroidery unit where the arm attaches to the back is when I pull this table out, I do have a free arm in the embroidery mode. So I simply just open the arm up, and I don't know if you guys can see this or not. When this is extended fully, the hoop will end up actually being going on here. If I had the right foot on, and the hoop will actually be right here. So you do have a free arm. So for those of you who want to do shirts or bags and things like that, you do have a free arm available to you. So this is a great little machine. Now this machine will stitch up to 800 stitches a minute in the embroidery mode, and for ordinary sewing it will go up to 1,000 stitches a minute. Now I want to show you how easy it is to go from sewing to embroidery from looking at this touch screen right here. On the very top I have a home key. When I select the home, well, on the top I have a home key. Underneath that I have 2 machines on this icon. On the top is a regular sewing machine. On the bottom is kind of the embroidery machine. No, it's hard to see on the camera, but it has like a little hoop right here in the front of the machine. So go from sewing into embroidery, I simply touch that, and it says the carriage arm is not open. Do I still want to switch into embroidery mode? I hit OK. And when I hit OK, I'm in the embroidery mode. Now, I can go through here in the design right here. In the design mode, I can scroll through with these 2 arrows on the bottom, go through and look at all the different designs, 175 built-in embroidery design on this machine, okay? And then I can search by design by hoop sizes by simply touching the hoop, and I can look for just the small designs or look for the bigger design just by selecting those. And touch that to close the screen. So if I like any of the designs I hear, I simply touch that, and it comes into my ready to sew screen with all the information needed right here. Also on the side of the machine, there is a USB port, so you can bring in a design using a USB port. Okay. One thing it tells you is how many minutes it takes to sew on this particular design. What is my stitching speed right now? Right now is set on 600. I can move the slider bar all the way up to 800 stitches a minute. So you can see that right here on my screen saying 868 minutes to stitch out this big design. If I slow it down right here, it will take up, the slowest is 400. It takes 126 minutes to stitch out this design. So that's a nice thing, nice feature to have, that I'm able to use the start stop button to speed up or slow down my design. Sometimes when you're using a metallic thread or something like this, you may need to slow down the stitching on the machine. Now, a couple of buttons I have on this machine. I do have a scissor button for cutting the threads when regular sewing. I also have a needle up, needle down feature right here. So I simply press the button to bring the needle down, or press it up again to bring the needle back up. I have a tie off key in the front, and what the tie off key will do is it'll make a couple of stitches in place and put a little knot in the back so you don't have to stitch backwards for it. I do have a reverse button right here, and I have a start stop button. The start stop button allows you to sew without the foot control. It does come with a foot control on this machine. It also has a built-in needle threader right here, so it makes it easy threading on this machine. The feet does snap on and off. Okay, so it's a real nice feature here. You have a lot of features of your high-end machine, a lot of our high-end machine features. Another nice thing about this machine is if you already have a sewing or embroidery machine, this makes it a perfect second machine, that if you have one of those big full-size machine like a CM17, you can have this maybe to sew on while you're embroidering on your other machine, or you can use it for embroidery if you're sewing and you need just something small, like make a quilt label or something small like that. You can use this machine. Now, this machine right now, we are including this embroidery starter kit for free. Yes, it's a $499 purchase, and you get 12 spools of the Hilo Iris thread. There are 600 yards per spool. You get a roll of tearaway stabilizer, a roll of cutaway stabilizer, 12 white pre-wound, and also 25 pink bobbins with this kit right here. And it comes free with this machine. Now, this other machine right here next to me, this is the Memory Craft 1000 limited edition. Now, this machine has 300 built-in stitches. There's no stitch chart on the top, but you do have a little booklet right here that shows you all the different stitches that comes on this machine. This is a sewing and embroidery machine. You also get, and it is a 7mm machine, whereas the 9480 is a 9mm. So this is a 7mm machine. It has 9 different feet is included with this machine right here. So you can see all these feet right here. You do get another bobbin case for doing machine embroidery. But what I want to show you this is the first machine in our 7mm line to change the throat plate out. There's no screws on it. And on this particular machine, you simply put the screwdriver in and twist it, and the plate will pop up like this. And it does have the extra high lift in the back, well, on the side right here, that lifts it up. So it's easy to take out the plate and to clean the bobbin plate, the bobbin case and all that. So then you put it back in, it's magnetically attached, and the machine will know when the plate is not on securely. It does have a USB port on the side, and also on this machine, you do have an embroidery unit in the back. This machine comes with one hoop. It is a 5x5 by 5x5 hoop. So this makes an excellent machine for if you're new to sewing and embroidery, or embroidery by itself. This is a great starter machine. You do have the scissor function, you have the needle up, needle down, a tie off key, start stop button, reverse key. You have a speed control right here for that. You also do have a built-in needle threader right here. So it does have a needle threader. The machine itself, the sides do open up. So that's what I love about these machines now, that you can open this. So if something caught in here, you can open it up and easily look at it. It does come with a nice instruction manual. And I want you to look at some of these nice built-in embroidery design. Aren't they nice? And here is a sample of some of the fonts. They don't consider this like the regular font. These are embroidery design. This is a floral alphabet. As you can see, this is very nice alphabet. It was stitched with this machine, and you got little bits and stuff, so you can do frames and stuff with this machine. And this is the MemoryCraft 1000. Okay, this machine does have a lovely manual with it, and it does walk you through everything you need to know how to use this machine. And again, this machine does come with your starter kit for free. Now, the difference between these two machines is you have this one right here, the 9850, I'm sorry, 9850, too many 9800s in our line. 9850 is a sewing and embroidery combination. It is 9mm, so you have 91 needle position in the sewing mode. This one, the MemoryCraft 1000, it's a 7mm machine, so you have 71 needle position in the embroidery mode. And both of these do come with a 1/4 inch quilting foot for those of you who do quilting. Not only that, it does come with a lot of optional accessories and feet you can get. If you want a thread stand, you can get a thread stand for this machine. On both of these machines, you can get an optional thread stand. So this makes both of these machines makes great holiday gifts for someone special or just for yourself. Does anybody have any questions? I'm more than happy to answer. I think my time is about up, and I'm sure she'll tell you how you can take home one of these machines.
Sam, thank you so much. What a great demo. I absolutely love that 9850. I'm going to go ahead and tell everyone how they can get their hands on it, but thank you for coming on, and we will see Janome back here in just a little bit.
Okay.
All righty. So let's talk that 9850 just real quick. There it is. He also was talking about the MC1000. We have both of these machines available on our website right now with that free bundle. So give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. We have financing available. We've got it all for you. So if you just head to our website, you can chat live with our sewing experts, or you can just give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will be able to get your order placed. And all of those prices are good by 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time today. So just letting you guys know, but make sure you get on the phones, make sure you head to our website. But we are going to move right along to our next demo, and we have Miss Aubrey from Butler Robotics here talking all about some robotics. I am very, very excited, and I have not seen Aubrey in so long, so I cannot wait to see her. Aubrey, how are you?
Well, hey, Kennedy, I'm doing great. It is so good to see you too.
Oh, it's so good to see you. I love your quilt in the back. I love that you have the King Quilter, and I am so excited to hear you talk about all of this robotics today. So I'm going to let you just get right into it, and I'll see you in about 15 minutes to tell everybody how they can get it.
Well, thank you. And Kennedy, this is the quilt that we quilted last year during the holiday show. So I did finish it, because some people think I don't ever finish all of my projects because I do so many. So this is the quilt we did last year on SMP's live countdown to Christmas week. This year, we've just got a small little project, and we're going to do a square together. But I want to remind you that Butler Robotics is a universal automation system for your long arm. So it doesn't matter what long arm you've got or what frame you've got it on, we will work for you. So if you've got a Gamble, if you've got an APQS, if you've got a Handi Quilter, if you've got a Janome, if you've got a wonderful King Quilter, you can use our automation system. And we've got 3 different versions for you. And I actually have the screen sizes with me this time so you can see some of the differences. Now we've got our basic one, and that comes with an 8-inch display here. It comes with all of your features to do edge-to-edge quilting and block custom quilting. You've got 160 built-in designs, and you get the 8-inch EPC touchscreen display. They are full color and touchscreen. You might see me touching it a little bit when we go into our full demo. So this is your basic. Then you go up to your deluxe model, and that comes with a 10-inch touchscreen display. So you can see there's a little bit of get it in frame, little bit of a size difference there. You get a bit more screen space here at 10 inches on the deluxe. You also get more patterns at 260 preloaded patterns on your deluxe model, and you get more features on here. So you go from your basic work here on the basic to your more custom work here on your deluxe. And this is going to give you things like cropping features and point-to-point features. It's going to give you a little bit more work on all those basic editing features that we've got. So a little bit more on this one that you're going to get. And then we jump from your 10-inch to the 12-inch here. Let's see if I can show you. So there's a lot more space on your 12-inch screen. You also get over 500 patterns preloaded and all of the features that Butler has to offer. So the sky is the limit with what you can do on this model. And you know I like to be spoiled, so I have my 12-inch professional model. I just love having this one, and I love having the larger screen because I am a glasses wearer and I really want to see all the details when I am doing things. So we have the basic, the deluxe, and the professional, and the Sewing Machines Plus team will help you decide which one is right for the quilting you want to do. Now, you aren't limited to the patterns that are on here. Like I said, they all come preloaded. So once you get it on your machine at home, you can start quilting right away, but you can purchase additional patterns to go on your Butler robotics system. We use the QLI, the DXF, and some QCC formats, but I prefer to purchase the QLI and the DXF. They've never failed me. And a lot of times y'all ask, hey, where can I buy quilt patterns? And there are tons of quilt pattern websites out there. I use them. I am a buyer, but we just started selling quilt patterns on our website, quiltcompanion.com. They are available in 15 different formats. So whether you're a Butler user or not, you can get patterns from us too. So that's our basic go around, but I want to show you how easy it is to set up a quilt block on your Butler robotics system. So I'm going to get us a little bit closer to this display and hopefully show you our quilt top here so you can see what we are working with. I'm going to bring you in frame here and just turn my camera as slow as I can so I don't make anybody sick, so we can see our full screen here. Like I said, this is a full color touchscreen, so I use my finger on a lot of this, but sometimes I'm going to be using different places here on the screen and use my buttons instead of just touching things on the screen. We're going to start out here in layout, and we're going to add a pattern box to represent a square on our quilt. So I'm going to use my little plus sign that's over here. I'm going to touch that. And what I love about Butler Robotics is it gives you instructions. So it's telling me to set the first point of my pattern box. And I'm going to do that with this little plus sign that's down here at the bottom. So I'm going to move my machine to my pattern box space that I want to set here on my quilt, and I'm going to just wiggle you guys down, hopefully slow so I don't make anybody sick. So you can see I've got a square on point here in the middle of my quilt. I'm going to turn this light off so maybe you guys can see a little bit better. There we go. I think you can see better. Now I'm at the top of this square on point. I'm hovering my needle over it, and I'm just going to touch that plus sign that was at the bottom of my display. I'm going to move over to the next corner here, hover my needle over that area, and hit my plus sign again. I'm going to come down to the bottom of that square on point, hover my needle over that area, hit my plus sign again, and I'm going to come up to this next corner, So I'm just going around counterclockwise and hit that plus sign again, and then my check mark. And if I tip you guys up, you can hopefully see, if I don't get glare from my lighting, I've now got a square on point or a diamond on my display. So that is going to represent the space on our quilt we want to fill in. And now that I've got that, I can jump up to patterns. And we've got, if I can show you, we've got tons and tons of patterns loaded on here. Like I said, I've got the professional model. So I've got over 500 patterns on here, plus everything that I've bought. But I have some patterns specific for this quilt. So I'm going to open up this little white bar that's down here, and I get a keypad. So if I know what I want to use, I can go looking for it simply by typing in the pattern name or a theme of a pattern. So if I'm looking for feathers, I could type in the word feather. But the pattern I'm looking for starts with the word rosy. So I typed in rosy. I'm going to hit my check mark here. And then the patterns, the patterns that I want are these two that I've been working with on this quilt. I've stitched out a bunch of these little half square triangles that I'll show you in a minute, but I want to use this one that's on point. So I'm going to highlight it orange, and then on the other side of my screen over on the right, I've got a check mark. I'll hit that to add the pattern into my area. Now my pattern is much bigger than my little orange square on point, so we've got some work to do. When I added the pattern, we did go from our pattern feature up into our edit feature. The butler always assumes you've got some work to do with your pattern, whether you want to repeat your pattern, or you need to rotate your pattern, or maybe you just need to scale it to fit in your pattern layout box. We need to scale it. So I'm going to move down to my scale feature. I'm going to hit my scale feature. And on the professional model, instead of using all of the different options for me to change the size of my pattern, I'm going to use my spoiler feature called auto scale. Touch on that and my pattern fits instantly into my little square on point. From here, I simply hit my home button. Make sure my needle's engaged so I stitch out my pattern. Hit my little green circle up here to get started. And now my butler is going to tell me what I need to do. It's going to move to the start of my pattern block as soon as I make sure my needle is in the up position and I hit my check mark. It's going to cruise on over to where it's going to start. And I'm going to tip you guys down so you can see it stitching. It's at the start here, and what you can't see is on my screen, it's giving me instructions. So it's telling me to do a single stitch with my machine. So I use the stitch button on my handlebars to tell me to do needle up, needle down. So I just did that one time and touched the check mark on my screen. My next instruction says pull the bobbin thread up. So I'll just move my machine out of the way, grab my bobbin tail, and touch the check mark. My robot's now going to realign, and it says cycle my needle to lock my stitches. So I'll cycle my needle a few times and hit my check mark. Now it says to turn the stitching on my long arm, and it's going to start to go when I hit the check mark. My needle function is over here on the right hand to start, so I'm going to turn that on and touch the check mark on my screen, and my stitching is going to take off. So it's that quick and easy to set up a layout area, whether it's a square, a rectangle, a triangle like you'll see on the rest of my quilt. You can do hexagons, circles, whatever you've got involved on your quilt to add a pattern and get yourself stitching. This is what's great about doing your robotics with your quilt. You're not limited to edge designs. You can truly do custom quilting work this way. And you're not having to free motion to get those different shapes. You're just simply adding points, adding your pattern in, and letting the robot take over for you. It stitches out very quickly and very accurately. And I don't know about all of you out there, but I am not a good free motion stitcher. It never creates a designs that I get with automated quilting. Not to mention the speed that it stitches out. We do have a speed control on the robotics display. So whether you've got a complicated design and need to slow it down a little bit to give everything a chance to stitch out perfectly, or whether you've got a quick and easy design that can stitch out fast, you can speed your robot up. We've got lots of options to get everything done in a nice and quick manner. So if you're on a time crunch, whether you're doing something as a gift or whether you are quilting for the public and need to get things done very efficiently, robotics really helps with all of that. And we're done. I'm going to turn the stitching off here, cycle my needle as directed, and pull my bobbin thread back up. And I'm going to take you guys off the tripod so you can see what we just stitched out and just how easy it is to use robotics. So that is our little center square there with our rosy design. And I've been stitching my little triangles here. So they are the triangles all around. And I've got some over here. Oops. Let's see if I can get you a better view. I've got them all around my quilt top. So I'll be filling this in the rest of the day while I'm watching the rest of Cyber Monday, because I can't help myself. I never know what I'm going to see and what I'm going to need. Let's get you back up on the tripod. And I think it's time to go back to Kennedy so she can tell everybody how they can get a Butler robotics system for their long arm.
Yes, Aubrey, thank you so much. I loved that little square and how adorable that quilt behind you is from last year. I love it. It's so cute.
I know it turned out great.
It did. It really did. And we do finish projects, guys. We do. You just don't see them all the time. But I promise we do. All right, Aubrey, I'm going to show them how they can get some Butler robotics. But thank you again for coming on, and we will see you so soon.
Thanks, Kennedy. Bye, SMP Nation.
All right, let's talk all about that Butler robotics. So we've got it here on the screen. There are different levels. There's the basic, the deluxe, and the pro. So if you have any questions at all, give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we'll be able to help answer any and all of your questions about the Butler. But do not miss out. We've got some great pricing for you today on all three of the levels. So do not miss out on those. But like I said, give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. And with all of the products today, highly suggest you just give us a call and talk to our sewing experts on the phone so that way they can get you all of the best pricing. But we are going to move on. We've got another great demo in store for you today. We have Miss Stacy from Sew Steady. I am so excited to have her on. She's going to show us some amazing products. So Stacy, welcome back to SMP.
Yeah, thank you so much for letting me be present today, Kennedy. We are so excited about our gift guide and being able to share it with all of you guys over there.
Yay, awesome. I'm going to let you go ahead and get started right away, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes to tell everyone how they can get all these products.
I'm going to need it. All right. Well, I am so excited to be here today and share with you our Sew Steady gift guide. These are all the things that we recommend this season for any quilters, sewers, or anyone that just wants to kind of get busy in their sewing room. So the first thing that I'm going to highlight for you is going to be all of our Sew Steady table specials. We've got really actually 4 different table specials that we definitely would love for you to take advantage of depending on what your needs are, or maybe what the quilters or sewers needs are in your life. The first one I'm going to start with is actually going to be what we call our starter package. You can kind of see it right here, but this is our Versa table. It's a 13 by 16 table. So it's great for those travel machines, those smaller machines, or starter machines. So we're calling it our starter package for that reason. So it's a good starter option. What's really cool about this table is this is our Versa Core. You can extend it. So you can add on to it in the future, which means that if you decide, hey, I'm into the sewing sewing thing. I've had fun with it, and now I'm ready to go big, maybe do bigger quilting projects. You can call up and get the extension for it. So the VersaCore is 13 by 16. With this package, we're actually doing a travel bag. So you can go ahead and take advantage of being able to, like I said, a travel machine, be able to store this, the table in the bag, and then store a whole lot of other things in the bag as well. It's got pockets to be able to keep all your other tools, and a really nice big pocket to keep like cutting mats or work in progress quilts and so on. So this is a great package. And then finally, it comes with what we call our cute little phone lounger, but this is great for being able to prop up your iPhone or maybe your iPad while you're doing sewing tutorials. So awesome for beginners that are just learning how to quilt. So this package is on our recommended price at $149, but I have a feeling Sewing Machines Plus is going to have an even better deal for you with this package price as a starter package for any sewer or quilter in your life. The next package that I'm going to highlight is actually our large Sew Steady table. That is at 18 by 24 Sew Steady table, really, really popular size. And that also comes with the phone lounger and the bag. So this is going to be kind of that next step up. If you're not looking at the starter, that package price, again, basic large table. So similar to this, doesn't have a lot of extras going on it. It does have an 18-inch or 12-inch metric and inches ruler on the table itself, beveled front edge, portable legs, and that one is actually $189 as the recommended sale price with the bag and the lounger. So the next thing that I'm going to highlight is our wish table. So this is the table you see right here. This table is actually the table that we say all the quilters wish for, because it's got this nice big blue drawer. It's got compartments in the drawer, so you can go ahead and store scissors, needles. I keep all my extra bobbins in it. It's just so easy to access. Some people even like to keep candy in it, you know, because you got to have some temptation while you're quilting. In addition to that, this table does come with our circles and straights tool and mat. So you're able to go ahead and keep everything right here. Being able to have all of these measurements and do circle sewing on this table is really cool too. This also comes with this amazing beveled edges on 3 sides. So if you're a super quilter, then you're going to love that because of those beveled edges. So this package with the table, with this really nice big bag, this is called our wish bag or our big bag. This is 26 by 26 inside. This will store this table and a whole lot more. It's got all the inside pockets as well, and then the bigger pocket, so you can store even embroidery units in it. People are known to store embroidery units in this bag, or your hoops, all kinds of good stuff. And so that package is regularly at $289 for the holiday package. But again, it's Cyber Monday, and we do have a super cyber deal going for all of our resellers. So again, I would definitely contact them to try to see what that final price is. So one last table package that I'm going to share with you, and then we're going to get into some of our other gifts that you're going to love, is going to be a table package for the featherweight levers in your life. So anyone that is really excited about some of those classic older featherweight machines, look at these babies. Ah, so cute. So this machine is one of those really popular ones that they have actually clubs, if you might even be in a club for the featherweight. So we have developed what we're calling our classic, but it's our classic mini table. So we've had a classic for years, black acrylic, gold etching, all that. But now we've added the mini, and look what else we added to the mini, guys. We have a metal drawer. So this is the first time we've ever had what we call a front loading drawer. That means that when you're at your sewing machine, you can go ahead and access the drawer right in front of you, which people really have been loving and requesting. So this table with the drawer is a 15 by 17 table. The other thing that I want to show you on this table, which is really cool, is it has the ability to go ahead and let me see if I can show you on this camera. Let's see. Can I switch my camera? Maybe. No? Well, we won't do that. But basically it has the ability to go ahead and access your bobbin. So there's a little finger hole right here. You can access the bobbin and then go ahead and push that right back down and you're ready to go. So front drawer, 15 by 17, black classic table with the bag. And this is a super duper price at the $199 as a sale price, but you might, again, Cyber Monday, you definitely want to reach out and see if you can get something better. So those are our holiday table packages. Now on to our gift guide, because who doesn't want some fun little maybe stocking stuffer gifts? Maybe you already have an awesome extension table for your machine, or you just don't have that in your budget right now. So the next gifts that I want to share with you are some really great gifts that every sewer and quilter is going to love. So this gift right here, this is our Sew Steady suspension system. This is a 2-piece suspension system. It comes in this cute little box. Right now, if you buy one, you get one free. So that's only through today. Buy one, get one free. And that's part of our Cyber Monday deals. So how does this work? Basically, you're going to go ahead and set up your quilt. You want to maybe bind it. You want to quilt it, whatever you're looking to do. You're going to go ahead and put that clamp this onto your tabletop, your Sew Steady table, your cabinet. And what this is acting like is this is acting like a suspension system. So instead of having something dangling from the ceiling, like you're going to be hanging the engine of a car, you're going to be able to go ahead and just clamp it to your Sew Steady table or to your desktop and be able to grip it right here and have it use this surface to be able to keep the drag out of quilting, which I don't know. I was doing a binding project this weekend and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know how I would do this if you didn't have the suspension system, because the bulk is so much, and being able to do these bigger projects on your domestic machine is very, very possible, but you need that suspension system to do it. So we do recommend, this is great if you're doing just maybe a wall hanging, maybe a 30 by 40 size quilt. But as you get bigger, you need more arms, just like any of us. We need more arms in our sewing room to be able to help us hold up these projects and do all the things we want to do. So if you buy one Sew Steady 2-piece suspension system, you get a second one free. That is our first gift guide excitement that we are really, really excited to share with you. The next thing that we're doing this today only is this: if you buy any Westerly design ruler, so go on to Sewing Machines Plus, look up Westerly design rulers. We are giving you one free. That could be a set, you get a set free. That could be a ruler, you get a ruler free. That's today only. But if you decide to purchase and you want to try out ruler work, check it out, because we are offering that option. So this is where you're maybe wanting to go ahead and just do some maybe some just easy stitch in the ditch, or you're wanting to do some straight line work, any kind of quilting. You know, obviously we've got all kinds of designs out there. So I definitely encourage you to go check it out. But if you buy one, you get one free. We send you the free one. It's a bonus surprise. So you don't have to think long and hard about what that is going to be. We are going to go ahead and choose that for you based on whatever you're purchasing of like value. So that is our next gift guide bonus. The next item in our gift guide bonus, we just had the opportunity to partner with one of our amazing partners in the industry, and that would be AccuQuilt. And look what they came out with, guys. This is a super duper deal that you can go ahead and purchase a AccuQuilt die or one of our pinwheel cutting ruler sets. And we are giving you this amazing collection that is valued at $75 for free. So this is the pinwheel cutting ruler die. This is creating the opportunity to create 28 different pinwheel inspired blocks. You can see a whole bunch here in the sewing room right now, right here on the table. All of these blocks were inspired and created using our pinwheel die set or a cutting ruler system, which we have here at Westerly. So we partnered with them. This is now available for purchase. And today only, you get a spinning ribbon embroidery collection free with it. 120 different designs to be able to quilt your pinwheel inspired quilts. So definitely encourage that as an opportunity for you. The next thing that we're going to give away, oh, this is super fun. So I don't know if you see these, but these are the most adorable freestanding lace little ornaments that we have created. We have a collection of 28 different freestanding lace designs that we just released. And guess what you get with it? This is one of my favorite items that we have here at Sew Steady. And this is called our Sew Steady Hoop and Ruler Organizer. And I'm going to go ahead and just show it to you on the screen really quick. I'm going to actually have to come a little bit closer because my camera's options aren't changing. But this allows you to be able to hang your hoops on the wall. I was, again, just in my sewing room this weekend, and I had my, or you can hang them on the side of a cabinet. I had my hoops just sitting on the top of the box, and I'm like, where am I going to put these? I need to get this into my sewing room because it is this amazing acrylic just kind of mounted display that allows you to not just hang your hoops on the side of your cabinet or on the in a wall space that's really handy, but you can actually access each of the hoops without having to remove all the hoops first. So super a great way to keep everything organized, and you can keep your grids on top. So a really awesome solution. I'm going to actually show you ours right here. You can see it hanging on the wall right there with all of the hoops. We've got like 7 hoops on that right now, and we have the grids right above it, so everything is organized. So super awesome solution. Definitely encourage you to take advantage. Get our new freestanding lacing collection, and you'll get this free hoop and ruler organizer with it. And those designs are so fun. They're all inspired by Westerly Design, Sew Steady Designs. So you're able to go ahead and just kind of get more fun out of those. All right. So the next thing that we have in our Sew Steady gift guide is actually right here. And we showed you a little bit of it earlier, but this is our circles and straights tool and mat. And in this one, we're really highlighting that straights part. I will tell you, I have a circles and straights tool. I use it every time I do piecing. I absolutely love it. It is just acts as the guide. So you see it right here. This is this cool little guide. It's got a straight edge on it, and then it's got the pin on top. So the pin on top is for circle sewing. The straight edge is so you can align it right to whatever markings are on the mat. We've got 1/4 inch, 5/8 inch, 3/8 inch, and you could go ahead and allow yourself to get those perfect straight seams every time. In addition to that, if you purchase just the circles and straights tool and mat, that's just $35. Then you will actually get our brand new seam gauge, and it's actually our scant 1/4 inch seam gauge, and then our new spacing gauge combo for free. So this allows you to get the scant 1/4 inch seam. And that is one of those quilting tips that Leonie West brought out, where that's how all of the quilters that are award-winning quilters, that's what they tend to use, is a scant 1/4 inch, a little bit less than a 1/4 inch, which allows you to have less seam, less bulk, etc. So that is buy this circles and straights tool and mat, get your scant 1/4 inch seam gauge, and then you're ready to go ahead and start doing your seams with that scant 1/4 inch. So the final, well, it's not the final. I'm saving the final for last, and then we're going to have that as our giveaway today. So the one of our final items that I want to share with you is our grid glider. So if you are using your Sew Steady or any actual extension table, you do want it to be a smooth acrylic surface if you can, because this actually grips to smooth surfaces. But this is one of our best selling accessories. This is a 12 by 20 mat that basically has all of the markings on it. So you've got your angles, which people do flying geese and all kinds of different fun things with all the time. You've got your 1/4 inch, 5/8 inch, 3/8 inch markings, and it's a glider mat at the same time. So a lot of our educators, and myself included, just use it all the time. It's just like a permanent piece of our sewing table experience because it just makes everything so much easier. So you're going to go ahead and put this right onto your table. You're going to go ahead and align it with the needle, and you want to align it with the needle both horizontal, and then you can go ahead and change your needle position if you need to be able to align with the center point, because then you have your seam allowances right at the needle area, which is what you want. So this is going to go ahead and allow you to do all of that. And then with our bonus item, again, this is our Cyber Monday deal, you're getting a free polish kit with it. So this is not just an amazing mat with all kinds of markings on it for quick and easy measuring while you're sewing, but it's also a glider. And when you add the polish to it, your fabric is going to glide like never before across that surface. And you're going to, love that you have that option. So the giveaway, can I tell them that really quick?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So our giveaway is going to be this amazing Sew Steady Elevate box. Yes. So this
I
is our
love it.
box. This is actually a $475 value. And it comes with amazing projects. Every quarter we switch it up because we want to give you like a high value, tons of education in your box. And tools to be able to work with that education. So this is a perfect box to purchase if you are excited about maybe learning some new techniques in quilting, rulers, or embroidery. If you're excited to get inspired in the season, we do basically one highlighted block each quarter. With that, we do quilt plans that are highlighting how to quilt that quilt type. And then finally, we do seasonal projects. So all of those things kind of make it so it's fun and exciting. And then that is also on sale this week only today only through Sewing Machines Plus. So this is also our giveaway. And I don't know if you're going to save that for the end or not.
Yeah, we'll save that for the
end.
Stay tuned and we will give away one of those Elevate boxes. I'm going to go ahead and tell everyone how they can get their hands on all of these Sew Steady products. But Stacy, thank you so much for coming on and showing all of this stuff. I wish everyone coming on today had 5 hours at least just to sit and chat because I could listen to you guys all day. But I'm going to tell everyone how they can get it. Again, thank you, Stacy, and we will see you soon.
Okay, sounds great.
All right, folks. So if you guys have any questions regarding any of the Sew Steady products, just go to our website. You can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, chat live with our sales agents on the website, or you can just give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will be able to get all of your orders placed, get it all sorted out for you. And like Stacy was saying, you have until today at 5 p.m. PST to get all of your orders in and lock in all of that Cyber Monday pricing. So don't hesitate. Give us a call. Start getting those orders in, and we will see you soon. All right, we're moving along to our next demo. We've got Jennifer from RNK back in the house. So let's get Jennifer on. And Jennifer, I'm going to let you just take it away, and I'll be back in just a few minutes and tell everyone how they can get these products.
Fantastic. And you'll have to interrupt me because I did not set myself a timer. And although I did very clearly hear you say we had about 15 minutes, I could stay all day long and just chat with you about the amazing Quilter Select products that are part of our Cyber Monday special with Sewing Machines Plus. So I want to start by talking about something that to me kind of heralds in the season. And these are our new Crystal Edition rulers. And so, when I think about Crystal Edition, it makes me think of snow and icicles and beautiful holiday things. And I would much rather see my crystal and my icicles in terms of rulers and product and not really outside in the cold. If you have not worked with Quilter Select rulers in the past, they are absolutely amazing. And now see, they are so clear. I'll put up a little backdrop here in a moment. But what I want to share with you first about the rulers is that all of our rulers have this amazing non-slip coating on the back side of the ruler. And what that means is regardless of where you position your ruler on your fabric, it's going to cling to that fabric, right? And so it's not going to go anywhere. And that gives you a handful of advantages. One, obviously, the ruler's not going to slide around on the fabric. So when we get ready to cut, we don't have to worry that the ruler will slip, that we will miscut, that we will spend oodles of time re-straightening that edge and wasting fabric as we're continuing to potentially miscut. Or as we're cutting angles and such, our units aren't going to match up precisely if our angles aren't cut precisely. So that non-slip grip is going to help with that. The other thing that it does is because it is gripping that fabric, it also helps us to be more ergonomic when we're cutting. We're not having to push and put stress on the fabric. Literally, once this is positioned, I'm like holding it with, 2 fingers, and then I'm cutting my fabric. And again, not having to worry about anything shift or wiggle. Now, what I refer to as our classic line of rulers do have a little bit of a color to them, but we've had feedback that some of you have requested something with a clear backing versus our classic yellow edition. So the clear rulers, they have a little bit of their own story. So each of the rulers in this family is a great size for traveling with and also for working with pre-cuts. And we'll have a look at that in just a minute. But another hallmark of these rulers, in addition to that non-slip coating on the back side, is the way that the markings are in place on the ruler itself. So our rulers are numbered in both directions for both right and left-handed users, or in the event that you simply pick up your ruler, put it down in your fabric, and you start to work, or that you're working from multiple sides of your cutting table, right? Sometimes we need to work from one side, we work from the other side. So all of your measurements are noted there in both directions for you. The inch lines are a nice fine line, which means when I'm positioning my ruler over the edge of my fabric, I can see very clearly where the edge of the fabric is. If you're working with a ruler that has a very wide marked line, you can be 2, 3, or 4 threads off when you're measuring. And while that doesn't feel like a lot or doesn't sound like a lot, over multiple pieces within a unit, that can add up very quickly, making your resulting blocks the incorrect size. Also, the half-inch markings are created by what I call a sight line. So rather than being a solid line, there are a series of dashes that notate that spacing. This way, your fabric becomes the remainder of that line. And so again, it's very easy for you to ensure that your fabric is being positioned and placed 100% accurately. You'll also find that your most commonly used angle markings are included on these rulers. So your 60, your 45, your 30, and a 90-degree angle are all marked there for you, and they are marked in increments of 8 inches. So that's kind of a nice way to ensure that all of your cutting is going to be as accurate as is possible. Now, within the Crystal Edition grouping, there is an 18 by 8.5 inch ruler. So this is a great size. All of these rulers were designed with going to classes or workshops or travel in mind. And that 18 inch fits nicely into a tote. It fits nicely into a carry-on size bag so that you can easily take it with you when you're on the go. But it's also a practical size as well. So if I were going to a retreat or to a workshop, or if I were purchasing this great set of rulers for a newer quilter, most every cut that you would want to make can be done with this particular group of rulers. So with my 8.5 by 18 inch ruler, if I'm cutting across a full width of fabric, if I'm buying my fabric in yardage, if I simply take my 36 inch wide that already has a fold it one more time, I'm going to easily be able to get across the full width of that fabric. And most of the time when you're doing your first initial cuts, generally you don't need anything that's wider than an 8.5 inch. But if you did, you can always turn your ruler this way. And now you have that full 18 inches to be able to cut and to cross cut with. So it's a very convenient size. When I'm working with my rulers, my tendency, or the reason that I will pick up an additional ruler in an assortment is for convenience, quite frankly. So if I need something where I'm going to be able to cut across that 45 inch width of fabric, but maybe I'm cutting smaller strips to start with, I will reach for the 4.5 by 18. It's just a little more convenient as I'm working across my fabric, a little lighter, something that's just easy to move around. Both the 18 by 4.5 and the 8.5 by 18 are just the right size for working on the diagonal of your 10-inch pre-cut fabric. Now it gives you an extra little bit on each corner, corner to corner, so that's kind of nice. I like to have my ruler extend just past the fabric a little bit, but that gives you your diagonal for working with your pre-cut fabrics. And when I'm working with something like a fat quarter, it's an 18 by 22. So again, it's a nice convenient size for working with those 18-inch rulers. So as with the original ruler that I was showing you, the same, they all have the non-slip coating on the back. They all have those beautiful fine lines so that you can see where you're going. They're going to grip the fabric beautifully and keep you in control in a nice ergonomic way. Now, additionally, within this grouping of rulers, it is a travel-friendly and a pre-cut friendly grouping of rulers. So I like to travel, if I'm going to a class, if I'm going to a retreat, I want to bring things in as consolidated a size as possible. So oftentimes I am taking pre-cut style fabrics to those types of events. And so I have my 10-inch square. So again, perfect for those 10-inch pre-cuts, great for working with charm squares or your mini charms, okay? Also, again, I talked about having something that is about convenience when we're using that 4.5 versus the 8.5-inch strip. So I do like to have a 5-inch square at my disposal as well. So again, charm squares, cutting down from those 10-inch pre-cut type fabrics. I love this guy for squaring up half square or quarter square triangle units. It's a great convenient ruler to have. Again, it has that wonderful non-slip coating across the entire back surface of the ruler for you. And then last but not least of the ruler family within this particular group, this is my 3-in-1. I love the 3-in-1. It's designed for cutting half square and quarter square triangle units. And so there are a lot of different methods that we can use when we're creating half and quarter square triangles. We can use an 8 at a time, a 4 at a time, a 2 at a time, and all of those are fantastic unless you need for your fabric to be facing a certain direction. If you're working with a stripe, if you're working with a print that maybe has a very definite up or down to it, a very definite direction, then I really prefer to use my 3-in-1 ruler to cut those units. The other benefit of this particular ruler is that there's no trimming, there's no waste. So if I'm cutting, let's say from a 2.5-inch strip set, I can create finished 2-inch half square triangle units using this ruler because of the way that the ruler has been designed. The ends are blended off. It's very quick. It's very easy. There's no waste. There's no muss. And so let's take a quick look at how that's done. So here I have some leftover 2.5-inch strip set pieces. I like to work with things that are very scrappy and use up all those little bits and pieces of fabric. And so to create a finished 2-inch half square unit, you start with a 2.5-inch strip set. Okay, so we're adding our 1/4 inch at the top and our 1/4 inch at the bottom. And then I would simply lay my 3-in-1 ruler. Now here we're just using the half square end. There is a quarter square end. There's also an area for trimming down units. You can use this right angle to mark for mitered borders. You can even, using the quarter square end and the half square end, cut your flying geese units and cut them exact. So I'm aligning the blunt end of my half square end and the 2.5-inch line on my ruler, on my strip. And notice also that as I'm cutting with these rulers, because they grip, if I need to rotate my unit or my strip around, I can just rotate it. That ruler is going to hang right on. It's time to change that blade. It's going to hang right onto my fabric for me so that I don't have to worry about A, moving everything around, or B, having a rotating mat. I feel like rotating mats are a little bit like teenagers. They will rotate and turn when they feel like rotating or turning. So we're going to talk about a solution for that in just a moment. So here I have my little half square units that I have cut tip for you at home, if you are using this ruler or anytime that you're cutting layers for half square triangles, I like to cut my 2 half square fabric units right sides together so that I can just go right to the machine and stitch these in place. Now that little nipped off end tells me exactly when I place my triangles right sides together where to start stitching. So I'll start stitching right here. So my 1/4 inch down. When I open this up, there will be no trimming required. I will have a perfect 2.5 inch or finished 2 inch half square rectangle or triangle. And to me, that's a huge, big deal. Oh no, she's going to stop me. Can I get in the one last thing about the rotating mat solution? Okay, I'm not sure if you've cut off the sound or if I have. If it's me, point at me. Okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay, that was my fault. We are just getting wrapped up, but thank you, Jennifer, for coming on and showing me all of the amazing stuff that you have today. And thank you for coming on both times this morning. That was just amazing. And I'm going to tell everyone how they can get these products.
All right, perfect. And she's going to also tell you about this.
Oh, yes. All of the products are available on Sewing Machines Plus. If you have any questions at all, give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will get you all taken care of. All right, Jennifer, thank you so much. All right, folks, let's go ahead and move right along. We have Juki in the house, and we have Miss Kelly Latre coming in. We are talking all about the Juki Tajima, 8-needle embroidery machine. So let's get Kelly up in here. Hello, Kelly.
Hey, Kennedy, how are you doing? Happy holidays.
I am so good. Happy holidays. It is so nice to see you. I'm going to let you just get right started on that 8-needle, and I'll be back in just about 15 minutes and tell everyone how they can get this machine.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Kennedy. And hello, everyone. It's so good to be back on SewingMachinesPlus.com because today we're talking about a whole embroidery system. Yes, that's right, a whole system. This is the Juki Tajima Sai industrial embroidery system for your home. It's this compact, so you can do professional embroidery. You can do many at a time. And I'm calling it a system because it comes with so many things. First of all, it comes with the software. It comes along with the Writer Plus software, so you will be ready to embroider when you get the machine. Also, I love the fact that it comes with the hoops. This is the 8x12 hoop, and the size is based on the back of a jacket. How cool is that? So it's a really nice size for doing many projects. However, you get 2 of these hoops. Yes, folks, 2 of these hoops, so that when I'm embroidering my jacket, I can be hooping one in another. So if I want to make multiple jackets, multiple towels, hats, whatever, I can do it on this machine. So 2 of the 8x12. I also get 2 4x4s, and these are fantastic for small projects, monogramming, adding letters, all kinds of things. So again, you get 2 of these, which is great. 1 for embroidery, 1 for hooping. The other awesome thing you get with this machine is a hat frame, a hat hoop. You can make hats. So again, the hat hoop, I get 2. So I can be sewing my hat while I'm framing or hooping this one. And if I wanted to make 50, 100 of these hats, I can. And look at that fantastic field. It's about 3x12 for hats. And I have had other systems before. The Juki Tajima Sai gives you the most professional stitch I've ever seen. On metallics, whatever thread you use, it is the bomb. I love this embroidery machine, and it's running all the time. And I say that it's running all the time because you can. You have a servo motor in there so that you can run this machine 24/7. So what am I running right now? Well, gifts, of course. So whether you want to go into business or you just want the best embroidery system on the market today, think Juki. So a couple of things I love. I love making towels, and these are thick towels. And a lot of people say to me, hey, did you float that? Hey, how did you do that? Did you put it on adhesive? I didn't, because those are industrial hoops that I can put a thick towel in without a problem and get this beautiful embroidery. Look at this design, because soon we're going to go to the software and I'll show you a little bit of that. But this is all built in on the software. Okay. Also, hand towels are a great gift. And this was printed on the Juki Rico. So I printed my recipe and then I embellished it with embroidery, which makes a great gift. Also, stockings. It's stocking season, folks. And remember, you can get that beautiful professional look with the Juki Tajima side. It's an 8 needle, and I love that because I can just put in a design, manage the colors in the software, all that good stuff, put it in, and I can be designing on my computer or rehooping, whatever I want to do. And man, do I love giving towels, because people appreciate hand towels. So all kinds of ways you can make hand towels. Okay. So the machine, if you look at the screen itself, there are professional lettering built in, but that's about it. Really, you're going to design from your software and just send it or bring it to the computer with a USB. That's your choice. Yes, you can set up a network that you just send it to the machine. So that's pretty cool. But that's why the screen is simple, because of the industrial aspect. So I can save up to 350 designs in this machine, and it does it automatically. The minute I start a design, it's going to remember it, and I can just page through them and select the design I want. And then if I really like this design and never want it to fall off, I can star the design so that when it gets over 350 patterns, it'll save that for me and it won't drop off. So wonderful machine, sews beautifully, but let's take a look at the creative aspect. Let's go to the software. All right, thank you for following me to my computer monitor. I have opened the software, and I want to show you just a couple of easy things before I get started. Now you can see that I have the hoop on, the large hoop, the 8x12, because I love designing in it. But I can also, if I wanted to, go down to the 4x4, or I can go to the hat hoop. And let's cancel that and go back to selecting the hoop. So yes, I can go to the cap frame, and I just want to show it to you because it's such a nice field. All right, so now I'm going to go back and I'm going to just select the big hoop. Now remember, all these hoops you get 2 of when you get the system, so it's a great system. I can set up this grid any way I want, and I can turn it off, and I'm going to turn it off so you can see more today. And then I have 3D, all kinds of great stuff. So let's get started. First of all, I'm going to go over here with designs, because there are over 1,000 designs built into this software. So I don't have to start creating myself. I can just choose from what's built in. Appliques, quilt designs, and there's the one from my towels. So these are all just built in. I've been using this group a lot. Children's designs, floral. So think about it, over 1,000 designs. So you can really get use out of whatever you like. So I'm going to go back to the design page, And let's go to celebrations. There we go. And we'll select one of these designs. So I'm going to select a stocking. And once I select a design, I can actually change the size. I can ungroup this pattern, which I'm going to do next, so that I can see the sequence in the designs and change colors if I so choose. So I ungroup this pattern. So now if I want to make this a different color, the red, I can change it to purple. It's that easy. Very easy to do. Designs, edit them, change them, all kinds of things. So I'm going to add a new design page because I want to talk to you about the fonts. There are fonts built in, and they're also true type fonts. So let's start with the true type fonts because those are so much fun. So I'm just going to type in my words. And I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. So I'm going to select OK. And I'm going to assign a color because it was white. So if I go back to the true type font panel, I can choose from whatever styles I have built in my computer. And I can kind of see how it's really going to look before I even stitch it out. So some nice options here. And I'm always a script person, so I'm going to look for a script. And that's a nice one. So I'll select that. I can choose from how it comes through. It can be a running stitch, a complex fill, or a satin stitch. So I'm just going to select OK. Okay, and set this one too. So we've changed the font on this one, and I can change the size of this. I can select one letter, and I can change colors, the size, whatever I want. Okay, pretty cool. You've got a lot of freedom here. So I'm going to select this top one, and I'm just going to simply delete it. I'm going to turn on my grid for just a moment so I can set my font very nicely here. I'm going to make it a little bigger. Okay. And then if I wanted to, I could come back to these designs and bring some in. Okay, so let's bring in a present. That looks like fun. We'll put that down here. I can rotate it. Remember, I can change colors, I can change size, whatever I want to do. Okay, so I can add something over here. How about a star? That will look good. So we'll put that up here, make it a little bigger. Beautiful. So combining designs and editing designs is very easy in Writer Plus. But let's take it to another level. And I know I don't have a lot of time here, so I'm trying to give you the wonderful highlights because there's so much in this software. I also have where I have photo stitch, so I could actually do a photo in here. I have auto digitizer, and sometimes I do this before I design. So just to see how it's going to look. So I have this rose. And I'm going to ask a few questions. I'm going to take it down to minimal colors. And let's say I'm going to put it on silk. I love that because the machine will determine the density and everything based on the recipe. So now my rose is finished. So I can go in and change that. I can change the stitch, the size, everything I want to do. So let's level up a little bit. So now I also have punch tools in this software. I have manual, run, steel, which is your satin stitch, satin, and complex fill. Okay, so let's have some fun. I'm going to bring this to the center, and I'm going to select complex fill. And I'm going to design, see how good we are today, a Christmas tree. So I'm just going to do a triangle real quick. It's a little lopsided, but I think you'll get the idea. Let's change that to green. Okay. So I can go in here and actually change the angle of that stitch. Oop, hello, let's not do that. There we go. Let's go back to green. I'm going to select that again, and I'm going to select green. There we go. So now I'm going to go back to the angles and change the angle of my stitch. So let's go here. Okay, before I want to do that, actually, I just thought of something. Let's put in some decorations. So we've got, here it is. We've got a little, we can make this smaller. We can put it on the tree. We can copy and paste that. And we can put it down here. You get the idea. So now let's add a star to the top. Ooh, here's one. Perfect. And I can put this right on the top. So in my opinion, this software is unlimited. You have built-in professional fonts. You have the true type fonts. You have manual. You have photo stitch. It's all here. Over 1,000 patterns built into the machine. So I can keep going. So I can come up here and just select my run stitch, and here, well, actually, I'm going to do a complex fill and add a trunk. Add a little trunk down here. Boop, boop. There we go. Make that a different color. And I can take this line up later if I wanted to. But this software is so fun and easy to use that it just makes it so fun to design. So I'm going to ungroup this one so I can change the color to maybe a pink. That's pretty. And put that on the tree too. I'm going to undo that. And I'm going to make sure we have it all grouped back together so I can drag the whole thing. Okay, so we're decorating our tree. You can use running stitch to go around it. Forgive my artistic ability here today. We're just trying to show you a lot at once. The other thing I really wanted to show you was the built-in text, because I think it's really quite nice quality. And it also puts in the back stitching for you, the pad stitches, which is so nice. So they all look very professional. So I'm going to put in Happy Holidays, changes color so you can see it. So this is a built-in font, and I can go up here and select from many built-in fonts. So I'm going to change that. You know me, I like that script font a lot. I'll take that down. But just to show you a couple things, I can actually individually edit these too. So if I wanted that H to be a different color, a different size, I can do that as well. So during the holidays, if you're considering an embroidery system, definitely consider the Juki Tajima Sai. It's a beautiful machine that you can sew in, day out, and have some fun. So let's go back to Kennedy and see what kind of deal they have for you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. You are so right. This is such a great machine, and that software is so user-friendly. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get this machine. But again, thank you so much for coming on, and we will see you so soon.
Thanks. Happy holidays.
All right, folks, we are going to talk about that Tajima 8 needle from Juki. There it is for you. Give us a call, 1-800-401-8151 for more info on this machine. You get that 8 needle embroidery machine and that amazing software with it. Do not hesitate. Give us a call or chat live on our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and we will get you all taken care of. We're going to move right on along. We've got Nicholas Turkin from Handi Quilter coming in to talk all about that Moxie and the ProStitcher Lite. I am so excited to chat with Nicholas. So Nicholas, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me, and happy belated birthday. I hope it was fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I am going to let you just go ahead and get started right away on that Moxie, and I'll be back in just a few minutes and tell everyone how they can get it.
Fantastic. Sounds great. So as I said, I'm here, and I'm actually with the Moxie XL. We have two different versions of our Moxie machine. So the Moxie is a 15-inch machine. This is the Moxie XL. This is a 18-inch long arm. So that means we have 18 inches from the needle going back to the heart here, so we can quilt a larger space. Now, when people think about long arms, they think, oh my gosh, like they're big, they're expensive. I don't have a whole house, a room in my house big enough to fit a long arm. Well, we have a lot of different options that can accommodate that. So again, with the 15-inch machine, this is an 18-inch machine. We go up, we have a 20-inch machine. Right behind me, I have a 24-inch machine, a Fusion, and we have a 26-inch machine. So if you have the space, you can go bigger. If you don't have the space, you can go smaller. And this machine comes on two different frame systems. It's actually technically a third table system. So for the frames, we have a loft frame. That's what this is on right now. And it can be set up at either 8 feet or 10 feet. So if you have that space, you do a lot of larger quilts that are wider, you're going to want to get an 8 or 10 foot frame. If you can't afford that much space to set up your long arm, we also offer this on the little foot frame. Now we call it the little foot frame because it takes up a little footprint of floor space. So that is only a 5 foot wide frame that uses a hooping system. So you base your quilt, and when you bring it over to the frame, you're going to clip it on as if almost like you're embroidering, but we're going to be quilting, but you're going to hoop it onto that 5 foot frame. And then if you can't afford a 5 foot frame in there, we do have the Moxie ST, which is a stationary machine. So this is going to be similar to quilting on a domestic machine, where you are going to move the fabric underneath the needle of the machine, as opposed to on the long arms that we're moving the machine on the frame. And those come on a 3 foot by 3 foot table. So really, we have you covered with what amount of space you can afford to put a table in and how you're going to fit that in your home. So Moxie XL, I have this one here. Again, it's on an 8 foot loft frame. This is the 18-inch machine. This goes 2,100 stitches per minute. So once you get comfortable with this machine, we can go fast. And I additionally have the ProStitcher Lite system on this. Now, ProStitcher is Handi Quilter's brand of computerized robotics to control our machines. So we have two different versions. We have ProStitcher Lite, which goes on the Moxie and the Moxie XL, and those are our 4-wheel machines. So there's 4 wheels on the carriage that sits on the frame. And then on the larger class of machines, we have ProStitcher Premium. And ProStitcher Premium is for the larger machines that are on a carriage with 8 wheels. Now, when we're talking about this, what do you get when you buy a machine? So with the Moxie XL, you're going to get the machine, the frame is included. You're going to get 2 pressure feet that come standard with it. We have the closed toe and the open toe. These are great for doing general quilting. Then we have a whole range of additional feet that we can bring on. You're going to get a standalone bobbin winder. So when it comes time to winding your bobbins, you can have your machine quilting, and you can be winding your next bobbin over here, getting ready for your next project, and organizing. Most quilters, we usually have just a few projects on the go. So this way you can be working on one while you're prepping the other one if you have the computer system. You're going to get this beautiful little accessory kit that comes with it. Inside here, we're going to get a few different things. We're going to get stickers so you can decor your machine. Those are always so fun. We have a quick reference card. So if you're worried about remembering how to thread your machine, the quick reference card is going to be your #1 tool to have it on hand. Also on the back side, it goes over the different stitch modes that we have. So all of our machines come with 3 different stitch modes. They can run in a manual speed, where when you turn it on, it will go to whatever speed you have it set. This is great if you're wanting to do any thread painting or really lay down a lot of thread. If you do any very dense micro quilting. People love to use manual for that. And the other two stitch modes we have are precision and cruise. And these are regulated stitches. So on our machine, we have little encoder wheels that will tell the machine to speed up and slow down to match our movement. So personally, I use precision. I set the machine to 10 stitches per inch, and no matter how fast or slow I'm moving, it is going to stitch 10 stitches in every single inch. And I just absolutely love the perfection that I get with that. And then cruise is sort of a combination of the two, where when you slow down, the machine will run steadily at a manual mode that we have preset. And as you speed up, it'll tell the machine, oh, hey, he asked for 10 stitches per inch. I better pick up the speed to start stitching those. So those are the 3 different stitch modes on our machine. Again, we're going to be using industrial needles on here. So if you were listening to the Schmetz demonstrations, those ones are not going to fit on these machines, unfortunately. We do have to use an industrial needle for these because these are industrial machines. They are big, they run faster, they stitch faster. So we need to make sure we're using the right needles for that. So also in here we have a guide for setting up the frame. We have a guide about talking about different thread types in there. And then I've also thrown in, I have my ProStitcher Lite. So these are the reference cards for using the computer system. So those in there, you're going to get your little accessory kit with a oiler, brushes, all the things you need for running the system. You're going to get a little thread kit. So right out the gate, you're going to have thread and needles ready to go so you can start stitching immediately. So some of my favorite, not part of the machine, but these are the Handi iron pencils. And sorry, there's a real glare on that. These are my absolute favorite marking tool. They're like a chalk that you can write on and it doesn't brush away. Absolutely love it. So I'm going to switch my camera here and show you what the ProStitcher screen looks like. So right here, we have our regular ProStitcher screen. I've already created a frame space. So that is me telling the machine, hey, this is where I want you to be able to stitch, and this is where the bars are on the machine. And as I'm moving my crosshairs, as I move my machine, you can see those orange crosshairs are moving. So that's basically telling the machine where I want it to be able to stitch. Now, if I change over to my needle camera, I've drawn out, and I used a pen just so it'd be a little darker on camera, something that could represent a quilt block. Now, as you can see, this quilt block has a little bit of wonk to it, but that is okay. If we want to bring in a computerized design and have it fit that space, we can do that. So I'm going to come up to my first corner here, and on my screen, I'm going to come up to my area, and I'm going to select multi-point. And what that does, marks a point of registration for where I want the machine to stitch. And I'm just going to move my machine around, and I'm going to follow. Maybe I'll switch the camera back so you can see. And I'm just doing my best to quickly try and line up that needle with where I've marked. And across this little bottom edge, we follow that. And then I'll switch back to that screen. You can see my lovely little wonky block. So now I'm going to bring in a design. So with ProStitcher Lite, you get over 350 designs included when you purchase it. When you get ProStitcher Premium, you get over 1,000 designs that come in. So these are all block designs here that would fit nicely into that area. We have another folder for continuous line. Now this is the same as sort of edge-to-edge quilting. So if you've ever sent a quilt out to be quilted, or if you do a edge-to-edge design on your own machines, this is what it could look like. So I'm going to go back to blocks. Let's find something that'll stitch out fairly quick. Let's do this corner to center star. So I've brought that star there. Now the fastest way for me to get that design into that area, I'm going to go modify, skew, and I'm going to try this first skew and see. No, that didn't do a very good job. Let's try border skew. Oh, perfect. That absolutely went exactly where I wanted. So let's see this baby in action. So if I'm ready to start stitching, I'm going to go to ProStitcher. I'm going to make sure my quilt button is selected, and I'm going to select Run. I'm going to get a little pop-up window that's going to ask me to verify my settings, just so I make sure that I have everything I like. So it is going to stitch, it's going to do tie-ups at the beginning and the end, and it's going to do a pull-up. So this is going to pull up my bobbin thread so my quilt stays nice and clean without having any bobbin threads trailing to the underside of my design, or underside of my quilt. So I'm going to click Proceed, and my machine is going to automatically move itself to the start point. Let me change back to there. It already took that first stitch, so I'm just going to pull up my bobbin thread, and now I'm going to select Resume. You'll see the machine's going to move itself back, take those first initial locking stitches, and then start stitching out this design. And I'm just looking at the questions here. Somebody asked, what was the marker I held up? So they are called the Handi Iron-Off pencils. And again, I love them. You write with them, and then you use an iron to iron them off. So again, they don't rub away. They don't sort of disappear while you're working. It's not until you iron it. So just make sure that you are able to iron your project when you're done, and then you'll be able to remove those marks. And again, so that has finished stitching. And I see there's another question here. Somebody had asked, do you have an adapter to change from the 5-foot frame to an 8-foot frame? And the answer to that is no. Those are two separate frames. So you would be able to purchase a new 8-foot frame, and you could possibly, if you were able to find somebody that was interested in the 5-foot frame, sell it and have get rid of that one and change it to the 8-foot when you're ready to adapt to that size. And there is our beautiful block, and you can see that point went right up to where our block was. So even if your piecing is not perfect, you can use ProStitcher to fill that space and actually have it land where you need to. And somebody said, I should not talk in text and wind a bobbin up while you're stitching. If you are good at multitasking, it is fantastic to do that. And again, if you're running a business, you definitely have to be able to multitask like that. And somebody else asked, do the marks reappear when the fabric gets cold? No, they do not. It's not a friction pen where they come back. Simply when they are removed from the fabric. Now, that was great for stitching with ProStitcher. And you can see the foot that I have here is a nice plastic little bowl. This is called the Glide 3-foot. I'm just going to adjust this camera a little bit up. So I'm going to show you. So this is the Glide foot, and it's a bowl shape. And basically the benefit of this is it will ride over top of any of your bulky seams, or if you're doing an edge to edge, this will run right over the edge of the fabric without catching on anything. If you're doing any t-shirt quilts or any quilts that have any embellishments on them, this is great for that. I want to show you a couple feet here. We have our square feet. So these give you a nice flat edge if you want to do something like piecing on the machine. And again, this is a little thread catcher bag. This was done strip piecing on the machine. So each of these fabric strips was added just onto the batting and onto the backing fabric. And then I was able to piece it and then go ahead and quilt it immediately on the bed, on the frame. So that's a fun little project using those square feet. Oh, sorry, wrong camera. So that is using the square feet. And The next I want to show you is the close-up here. All this little micro pebbling. I love doing some micro pebbling behind things. I made a little name tag for myself here, and it's a little hard to see the gray on the gray in the background, but that is teeny tiny little pebbling stitches. If you want to do some stitching like that, you're going to want to use the micro foot. This micro foot basically has very little to protect the needle here. It's only holding the needle, or actually holding the fabric just behind the needle. So you have about 90% visibility of the needle while you're quilting. So amazing when you're doing that very fine detailed work. So that's called the micro foot. The next on here, look at this beautiful sparkly yarn that is on here. So these are just a regular knitting yarn, and I use the couching feet. And the couching feet come as a set of 3. And inside the foot, there is basically a little plastic funnel. Try to get that in focus. Maybe I shouldn't show you the blue against the blue. There we go. So it's a little plastic funnel that guides the yarn directly under the needle. So when you want to apply yarns and fibers to your quilts, the couching feet are amazing for that. And I always say, you need to have the right tool for the job, and that is certainly the right tool for doing that job. Next, we have the Echo feet. Now, these come in 3 different sizes. We have a 1/2 inch, 3/8 of an inch, 1/2 inch, and 3/4 of an inch. And these allow you to visually see the spacing around the needle. So while you're learning, especially if you want to do consistent free motion quilting, you need to be able to see some guidelines and spaces to make that work. So the Echo feet are a great visual tool for learning. These can also be used with the ruler foot, with rulers and the ruler base if you want to do precision ruler work. And again, that is our sure foot, which is our ruler foot. And again, you can see that it has a taller profile right there compared to our regular closed toe foot. And I'm probably over time here, so I'm going to just switch you back. Now, I do want to say that if you are not into computerized quilting, if that is not your style, if you want to do free motion, you absolutely can. We're just going to go to the ProStitcher screen, select our gears, and that raised our gears up. And now I have the beautiful ability that I can grab my handlebars and do free motion quilting. And again, I know we're running so short on time, but there's
No, you're okay. You're okay. I love that micro pebbling is gorgeous. Oh my goodness. I love it.
It was a name tag that I made for myself to go to
so
a
perfect.
field. Yeah.
You have to put it on a Handi Quilter apron for sure.
Well, I recently moved studios, and I don't know if you could hear a bit of the construction noise in the background.
Oh no.
I'm in a brand new building. I just moved in 2 months ago, and there's always noise. And this is the nice side of the studio that looks pretty and good. The other side of the cameras is just a wall of chaos. So
we all have our good side and our bad side, like the side that no one sees, the working side.
Well, and lucky for that, Handi Quilter only has good sides to show.
Exactly.
These machines are amazing. I actually run 3 long arms in my studio here for my business. I love them to pieces. They are workhorses. So whether you are just a hobbyist and you only want it for your personal use, if you want to start a business and quilt for others, these machines really can grow with you and get the job done.
That is awesome. Nicholas, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us about the Moxie XL. Just a great demo. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get it so that way they can get their machines and have a studio just like yours.
Fantastic. Well, I should just add, for SMP.com, amazing. You have everything you need there. Additionally, HandiQuilter.com will have more information on the specific machines and frames if you want to compare and contrast them, as well. ProStitcher.com if you want to learn more about the robotic systems and what the differences are between them.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Let's talk all about that Moxie XL. So showing it to you real quick, there it is. And this is just the machine by itself. If you want to get the ProStitcher, you can get that separately, but give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will get you all set up on a brand new long arm. And then that ProStitcher Lite, that works for the Moxie and the Moxie XL. And we've got that here. So you can also give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. And let's just move right on along. We've got our next guest coming in, Miss Reen Wilcoxon, my favorite. I love Reen, and I love whatever demo that any demo she has, I'm sat and I'm watching the whole thing. So let's get Reen in here. Reen, how are you?
I'm doing great, Kennedy. It's nice to see you.
Awesome. It's amazing to see you. I'm going to let you just get right on started, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes and tell everyone how they can get all the fun stuff that you're showing today.
Okay, sounds great. So today I'm going to be talking about the new In the Hoop Designer software, and I'm going to show you some of the features of it. This product was developed by Dime by OESD and myself. So In the Hoop Designer software allows you to customize over 200 built-in the hoop templates that I created. You can also create your own designs by using built-in shapes, some of the artwork and editing tools, and some of the other features so that you can be an in the hoop designer. So my plan is to show you a short PowerPoint that shows you like some of the features of the software, take you into the software, show you how you can customize something real easy, show you those stitched out samples, show you more stitched out samples, and hopefully answer a few questions. You can get the In the Hoop Designer software from Sewing Machines Plus, and I'm sure they'll be popping up a link here. But let's go ahead and let's get started with my PowerPoint. And let's see, I got to be able to share that. Okay, there we go. So I've already talked about that it's called the In the Hoop Designer software. I talked about the collaboration. So let's talk about what is in the software. So you have this In the Hoop wizard, and that allows you to access those 200 In the Hoop templates. Now, those In the Hoop templates are things like banners, zipper bags, coasters, mug rugs, keychains, mini hangings, quilt blocks, and so much more. That's how you access and customize them. There are over 320 shapes, and shapes are things that you can use to create different In the Hoop designs. There are over 1,200 already designed little designs that you can use to put on the zipper bag templates or put on the mug rug templates, etc. There are over 1,300 charm designs, and a charm design is a design that's basically around 2 inches. Those are for like some of the smaller templates, the mug rugs, the keychains, the little coasters. You get 12 fonts plus 3 monogram fonts for a total of 15 fonts inside the software. You can crop to shape, which that is going to allow you to create some of your own quilting files using some of the built-in artwork. There are a lot of editing functions, and there's a cutter tool. It allows you to create your own cut files in SVG format, FCM, and other types of formats. Or if you don't have a cutter and you still want to be able to have a pre-cut piece, then you can print it out as a PDF, save it, print it, and then cut it out and use it to trace onto your materials. There are artwork tools, including a really cool eraser. So you bring artwork in, say you don't like something about it, or you want to make one of those a little stuffy. You can erase part of it as you're opening, and then just assign a stitch to your outline, like a bean stitch. It has the exclusive double-sided one-click applique feature, which allows you to take any kind of artwork and click on it, and it makes a double-sided applique, which includes the step to put the back piece on. So I told you there are printable instructions for every single project that you can either print out or open up on the computer or follow along. The software runs perfectly on Windows or Mac machines. It's standalone. You don't need anything else to run it. And you have the ability to save in any machine and any machine embroidery format, so it works with any embroidery machine. So when you bring in a design, one of the templates through the wizard to customize it, you can resize it. You can change the designs that are on the templates from any of those 1,200 designs, 1,300 charm designs, or bring in something from your stash. You can change the lettering. You can change the quilting fills. You can change line properties. And a line property is, let's say something has a bean stitch on it and you want it to be a satin stitch. Click it and change it. You want it to be a candlewick stitch. Click it and change it. So those are line properties. You can rotate lettering. You can change the fill direction on the designs. You can add, delete items, change a font style, and you can even use true type fonts from your computer, and the program will turn them into stitches. And there is more. And you can also create your own cut files from artwork very easily by basically just selecting it and clicking on it. And the thing about these cut files is they will fit perfectly into the placement lines. You don't have to adjust them on the screen. You don't have to adjust them on your machine. They just fit perfectly. So I want to take you right now into the software. I've got a little video to play if they can get it put up there. I'm going to show you how to quickly customize one of the built-in the hoop templates. Click on the wizard in the upper left. It opens it up. I'm going to click open under template, and this is where you access all of those built-in the hoop templates that you can customize. I'm going to go to mug rugs and I'm going to choose this one and click OK. So then in the wizard I can change the size. I'm going to make this file fit my 8x12 hoop. I want to change out this flamingo, so I can click on library to change it. Or if I want to bring in a design off of my computer, one of my own designs, I could click custom. But let's go to the library, and this is where you can access just over 1,200 designs. I'm going to go and grab this cherry and click OK. I can angle it if I want to. You can see that it changed it. I can change my lettering. I'm going to change this B to Life Is. And then I'm going to change this line to a bowl. And once I get it on the screen, I will add another line of text. This is where you access the instructions to stitch these in the hoop templates out. They are photo instructions. Takes you step by step. You can print them or just use them on your computer. Just look at them that way. I do have to click apply to get all of my changes made. Click OK to bring it onto the screen. So I'm going to start playing around. I'm going to move my cherries. I'm going to take the Life Is. I can open up the text window here in the upper right. And I'm going to change the size of this. I'm going to make it like 1/2 inch and hit apply. The bowl, I'm going to change it to the same font and the same size. Hit apply. Then I'm going to take this and I'm going to copy it and paste it. Go back to the text window and put of cherries and hit apply. Now I can select all of my text. I can align it. I'll align it to the left, and I can space out the lines so they are equally spaced apart. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, I think. Bring my cherry over. Rotate it some, maybe even make it a little bit larger. This is where you can play and make it how you want it to look exactly. So I'm going to take my design. I'm going to grab all of my lines of text. I'll right click on the ruler and put it right in the center of that design. I talked about changing fills. So let's say this fill, let's say I like it, but I don't really like the angle of it. I can hit the edit tool in the upper right, the upper left, and then this yellow line, I can take it and I can move it, and I can change the angle. and I like that better. Let's say I don't care for this quilting file at all. Select it, and then it opens up the motifs, and there are a lot more than just these, but I'm going to go ahead and just pick something for right now and hit apply so you can see how it changed it. At this point, you can save this design and stitch it out. All right, let's come back to me. And that was pretty easy, wasn't it? And that was just one template, one simple little thing. But let's look and see how that stitched out. All right, so here is that flamingo mug rug exactly as it is in the software. You can just load it and stitch it if you want, and it stitches out really nicely. Here it is with the customizations that I made to it, where I changed the text, I changed the design, I changed the quilting in it. Here it is, I enlarged it. The resizing capabilities of the software are amazing. So I went from 5x7 to 8x12, and then I went to a custom size, meaning I bought this wooden tray at one of the big box stores. You probably can't even get it anymore, but I measured the inside. I set that dimension to my mug rug, clicked it, and it enlarged it, and look how nicely it stitched out. So the resizing capabilities are amazing, and the fact that you can change things to any way that you want them to be. I'm going to show you a couple of these are just a few of the samples that are included in the software, things that are built in. Here's another example of, this is one of those little mini hangings that it hangs on a stand. This is exactly as it is in the software. This is after I customized it for another holiday. There are lots of these little mini hangings, different shapes. There are mini hangings in the 8x8 size that you can customize. You know, maybe you have one of those 6x6 stands, shrink it down and it will still stitch out wonderfully. You can change anything that you want, lettering, background quilting. Here's an example real quick of artwork that was built in that I turned into a little coaster. I talked about that double-sided applique and creating a cut file. I put this, this is like Peltex. I put it inside my little coaster, and you can see that when I cut it, it's perfect. Real quickly, create ornaments. I'm going to talk about zipper bags here in a second because those are always so fun. Another style of hanging. Oh my gosh, there are so many things built in. Gift card holders, banners, notebook covers, luggage tags, another gift card holder. Create custom keychains very easily. All the little tab pieces and all the various sizes of hardware are there. They're built in. Let's see what else I can grab here real quick. Here's another keychain built in. Change it however you want it. This is something that this towel topper, built in, stitch it exactly from the software, not doing anything. Here is where I customized it. I decided I didn't want to design on it, but check out that quilting. Notice, if you can see on the camera, it's little bitty cherries. I took that same cherry from here, turned it into artwork, then turned it into custom quilting. I even made a matching applique in the software using that same design to kind of, you know, make this all kind of match. And I made an oven mitt using that same cherry quilting. This is artwork built in, and all I did was assign stitches to it. If you can see underneath everything, here are some of the built-in quilt blocks. I really can't move this too much, but all these things can be customized. All these lines can be changed to however you want them to be. Built in, straight out of the software. Change it up any way that you want it. you know, these little fun little shaker confetti tags that you see. You can create those. Let me grab zipper bags because those are everyone's favorite. Inside the software, you have rectangular bags, circle bags. I had that. Oh my gosh, where did my, oops, here it is. Hold on one second. Hexagon bags, square bags. And these are all in all hoop sizes they're included in. And they are also included in a number 5 zipper and a number 3 zipper. So there must be, I'm going to guess at this point and say maybe 30 zipper bags. This one is right out of the software. Okay. And I'm going to show you some customizations. So this is built into the software. You could bring it into that wizard, just like I showed you. You're not a Betty. Well, change it and put your own name on it and stitch it out. I also took this same bag, and this is a customization that I did on it. I didn't want a design. I didn't want a name, but I took the zipper and I angled it. And then I took the quilting pattern that was here, copied and pasted and flipped it. And if you can also see, I added a chain, a candle wick stitch on this one. Now this is the same bag. Okay, it's the same bag as these two. This one, I changed the quilting on it. I brought in a design that I own, and I changed the line property. This one has like a bean stitch that goes here to cap off the quilting. I changed it to a candle wick, and I stitched it out in some specialty fabrics. Believe it or not, this is that same zipper bag. And all I did was, again, no design, no name. I didn't want it. I shortened the bag some, and I copied the quilting, flipped it and pasted it onto the other side of the zipper. Before I stitched the bag together, I measured around my notebook and then added in a piece of elastic. So now I have a little zipper bag that I can put pins in, whatever I want. A couple more zipper bag customizations. This is actually the same bag in the 8x12 size. I changed out the quilting to a wave stitch, brought in my own design. This is from my hand sketch floral collections that S&P also sells. But on this one too, you can see I moved the zipper up. You make the designs how you want them to be. Very easy. This is the same bag where you can see it's the same wave quilting, but on this one, I made the waves closer together. I angled the zipper, and I changed out that bean stitch that caps off the quilting to, let me see if you can see it. It's a chain stitch on there. I know I don't have much more time, but let me go ahead and, there's built-in artwork. So there's this built-in chocolate rabbit artwork. Remember I said you can take that eraser, and what I did was I selected that artwork, sized it to the size I wanted it to be. I erased the line here at the bottom of the artwork. I brought in an eye from another design, easily made an applique from a drawing tool, and stitched it out, left my opening. So I turned this, stuffed it, and then I have these two adorable little bunnies. And they are the same bunny. The difference in this raw edge one and this finished edge is just how I layered the fabrics. I could go on all day showing you samples and showing you other features. So what I showed you in that video was just a very, very small part of what the software can do. But, everyone has to start somewhere. And I know everyone wants to be an in the hoop designer too.
Yes, me too. Thank you so much, Rain. That was amazing. I'm going to tell everyone how they can get that software, and we will see you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. All right. If you guys have any questions about that software, that is the In the Hoop embroidery design software. And if you have any questions, give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, or you can go chat live on our website, and any of our sewing experts will be happy to help you. We're moving right along to our next demo. We have Arrow in the house, and we have the amazing Scott and Valerie. I'm so excited to see them. Scott and Valerie, how are you today?
Hi,
We're
Kennedy.
amazing.
Happy
Wow.
belated birthday and welcome
Thank you.
to S&P Live. We've missed you.
We've missed you. And yes, you guys are amazing, Scott. I heard that. I
love that intro. That just makes me feel good on a cold Monday in Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Yes,
after just getting,
right. It's Monday. We had to get started with the happy energy.
Yeah, and we just got to love it into the snow over the weekend. So we are still all digging out of snow. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, come to Wisconsin, Kennedy. You can't stay in sunny California.
I know. You guys will never believe this. I have never seen snowfall. Like, I've never seen it come out of the sky.
Okay,
So
tell
I
your mom
have
to book a
to
trip
come and see.
let's go.
Yes, yes. Well, let's talk all about the fun and amazing products you guys have here today. I'm going to let you get started, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes and tell everybody how they can get it. But take it away. I cannot wait to see you guys have in store.
All right. Thanks, Kennedy. All right. Well, welcome. Happy
Hola.
Cyber Monday. And hopefully everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving and didn't eat too much turkey.
I'm still sleepy.
You're still sleepy? I know you were just kind of like
I-
dozing off here.
My jam is sweet potato pie, and Janet made me two. So
She
we
made
made
you-
one for the fam, and then a separate 8x8 for me.
I made
and I ate the whole thing.
smashed sweet potatoes and a sweet potato casserole with marshmallows. So,
But snowing sewing
cabinets, not snowing cabinets.
Sewing cabinets. That's us.
Yes. So we have our Black Friday specials that are going away this week. So
It's Bernadette.
we have.
I
we have
recognize
little-
Bernadette.
We have a few items here to show you on what we can get. So we're going to start first where Scott is. So this is our little portable Gidget table that we have, which is great if you have an RV.
Absolutely.
If you have small spaces.
It's the sewing table that could.
Yes.
It's our little Thomas the Train.
It is. Yes. And it's great
Sewing
too if
table.
you have, a lot of people have multiple machines. So those extra machines can go in there as well.
If you need that home for those second, third, fourth, fifth machines, the wonderful things about the Gidget, many things, lots of things, like you've come to see and know about our sewing cabinets, is that the platform that the machine rests on, it is height adjustable, and that includes with this Gidget table as well. So that way you're bringing your machine, the deck of your machine, level with the table itself, and then we pair those with these custom inserts. These are from Sew Steady, and the team at Sewing Machines Plus can help you order these. They're custom for the table, for the machine. And when you slide that insert in, again, what you've now done is you've created a completely flush and even work surface to do all of your piecing and all of your projects on. And again, this is height adjustable. Now, when you're going to operate the lift mechanism, you want to take your machine off of the table, and then it's just a little lever here that raises it up and down. And then if you can see, Ethan, we got kind of a cool view here. There's actual rollerblade wheels here. So this does fold up flat. And then you can, like Valerie said, this is like the perfect table to go to retreats or to your local guild meeting. If you're doing a project, the legs fold up flat and it has wheels so you can pull it along with you. But again, to operate that platform is just that lever. Is all you're doing.
The base of this, where the platform is adjustable. There are chains inside there, so not every base of a machine is going to fit exactly to be flush for your insert. So you can adjust the links on the chains inside the table right here. This table right here, when you fold it up and carry it or roll it, it is only 35 pounds, and it does accommodate about 95% of the machines out on the market. So
it's lighter than the machine.
It is lighter than the machine. So you know, that can hold up to 45 pounds on that platform right there. It is part of our Arrow line. So it has a 3-year warranty on that said table right there. And you've got a nice little ruler in the front there too. So if you do need to do any sort of measuring, you've got that all in one spot. Yeah, you're a,
What?
measure once, cut twice kind of person.
4 times.
Okay, 4 times. All right. So this is the Gidget 2. This is a great price for Black Friday. And I know Kennedy is going to go over the pricing as well. So this is on sale for how much, Scott? This is $229.99
for Black Friday.
for Black Friday.
$229.
Yeah, $229.99.
I sure hope so, because now we said it.
I think it is.
What do we got next? Moving on.
The next thing we have here is another cabinet out of our Aero line. So this is our little Judy cabinet. So I just think of the Jetsons every time I see this one. So this is available in white antique color. So our brown finish, very small and compact. So another great little starter cabinet. The only difference about this one, it does have a smaller opening than the Gidget table that we just showed you. So looks like a piece of furniture, but you could easily open it up. It's got a nice little storage compartment here on the left-hand side. And then you open this up and this rests on top of the door. Can you pop that up for me?
Yeah. So they do come with this cover piece. So if you're not sewing and you do need a place to, whether it's cutting once or 4 times, however many that may be, putting our blocks together, or I should say arranging our blocks, it does give you a nice workstation.
Or college students, this could be your work desk too when you're not sewing, and then you can have a multi-purpose desk.
There you go.
So this has a 3-position hydraulic lift. So easily just push down, it brings it all the way up. So if you do have a machine that has an embroidery arm or an accessory tray, you can bring that up and you can sit here if you sew garments and sew right there. But your key position that you're going to want to be in is that flatbed position. Like Scott talked about, having that nice flush surface. Again, ordering these lovely inserts. You can order these directly through Sewing Machines Plus. And then this just slides in around the machine. Nope, I readjusted the machine here. There we go. And just gives you that nice flatbed sewing surface. So this one is only 20 3/4 by 11.5. So again, smaller surface. You always, when you're measuring your machine for the openings, always measure to accommodate for the knobs as well as cords coming in. So with the 3-position hydraulic lift, it's easily the way the machine is doing all the work for you. So nice and easy.
Trying to read, there's a comment about sewing machine. My eyeballs are too bad. I can't
I remember
see.
using my
dorm.
sewing machine on the floor in my dorm room.
Oh, gotcha.
Yikes, that was hard. It would be hard to get on the floor now.
Truth.
So this is our little Judy cabinet right here. All right, we've got only a few minutes left, and we have a few more things to show them.
So Ethan, what are we doing? Are we hopping over this side?
We're gonna go over
We're going
there.
for a walk, guys. You're gonna go through the Aero studio. Go around the cabinet.
And I'm gonna get these. All right, you can start with that one.
So similar to what we saw with the Judy cabinet, with that smaller size and then opening up. This is our Bandicoot cabinet, and this is part of our Kangaroo line. Similar to the Judy, except this has 2 doors that are going to open, and then also similar to the cabinet that we just saw, it does give you storage options. So what we have here are thread racks and pockets in the bottom of the doors, and then you do have a nice shelving system. Which way does my hand go here? On the right hand side. Opening size, this is the same opening as that cabinet that you just saw. So about 85% of your machines will absolutely fit into this cabinet. Same lift system as well. So it's a hydraulic assist lift. So it's the height and the weight of your machine are really doing all the work. Again, these lifts are 3-position hydraulic lifts. So position 1, this is your free arm position. So that pant leg, pant leg, shirt sleeve. If you're doing Christmas stockings, I think I saw a cherry printed Christmas stocking in that last presentation, or the oven mitt. That's where you're going to be using this all the way up. Position 2, again, this is your flatbed sewing. There was the insert from the Judy. There she is. And again, the nice thing too with these inserts, you can absolutely, use these in multiple cabinets as long as the opening size is the same. And then additionally, as we all have more than one machine.
Yes.
Right.
Well, I only have one right now. I'm still beginner.
You're working on it.
But this is my cabinet.
This is your cabinet.
I have this cabinet at home and I love it.
you can absolutely have multiple inserts cut. As long as the machine fits in the cabinet, you can have an insert made for it. Bandicoot, again, part of our Kangaroo line. So lifetime warranty on the cabinet, 5 years on the lift, available in 3 different colors, white, teak, and this is our gray finish.
I love the
on the
gray.
Bandicoot. And you have gray at
I
home.
have white.
Oh, you have white.
Because I wasn't sure where I was going to put it. And if it goes in the basement where I want it to go, I didn't want something darker down there.
Pockets
So.
is sleeping. Is she sleeping?
Pockets.
Which side?
Oh,
There
yep,
she is.
she's resting. She's resting down there. It's been a long week. It's been
It's
a very
only
long
Monday.
week, and it's only Monday. So yeah, so this is our Bandicoot cabinet. So absolutely amazing little cabinet. It does have that smaller opening like the Judy did. So the 23 3/4 by, 20 3/4 by 11 1/2. So always measure your machine to make sure that it fit in there. And this is really nice because it is small and compact. So you can put it in the corner of, I have mine in the corner of our bedroom. So just, I don't have a lot of space. And when I'm ready to sew, I just bring this
And
out.
that's like, you guys just watched us completely put this away, and we're not rushing. It is
We
that
recently
easy.
did the Wallaby though, Scott, and we opened that one up, and I think it took us 55 seconds
And that
because
was,
you were very chatty.
I was to say, I was
very
doing
chatty. So
doing my thing of talking too much. But I mean, that's literally it. You know, to be up and sewing, open the cabinet doors, flip open your top, and then again, just a light push, and boom, that's it. You're up and sewing, and you're ready to go. It's magic.
it is. All right.
What are we on to next?
We are on to the last section, and it's our absolutely favorite part of every show that we do.
Are we doing a walk through the
We
studio
are
again?
doing a walk through the studio.
Voila!
Voila! All right. Our amazing
It's magic. They're all here.
Aero chairs. All right. So I know most of you have these. You could always order multiples. Everybody's
Absolutely
got
need to
multiple
have
sewing
another chair.
spaces. But these are our adjustable height hydraulic chairs. Scott, do you want to just give a little demo on the back support there?
I suppose I could do that.
All right. So these are the #1 sewing chair out there on independent sewing websites. Just because they have that great lumbar support to support your lower back when you're sitting there and sewing. A lot of people think you need to have that support up on the top, but unbeknownst to them, just having that support on the lower part of your back is going to take all that pain and strain off of your neck and shoulders.
Right there. That's the magic.
sweet
and,
spot.
And
So-
this bolster is so bolstery. Is that a word?
I don't know, but it is today.
Making it up. But in all seriousness though, because this is such a wide bolster, you know, even if you're all torso and no leg, or all leg and no torso, it's still gonna find that right spot in that lower lumbar. No, what you guys can't
his legs
see.
his legs are flopping right there.
Yeah.
So the key thing is Scott and I do a lot of shows, and a lot of people say, well,
There
it
we go.
doesn't fit me. Well, the back does not adjust, but the chair itself goes from 18 to 22 inches. So making sure that your knees are at a 90-degree angle is going to help you. When I sit at my desk working, I sit in the high position, but when I sew, I sit in the lower position
There we
because I
go.
like to look at my needles. So not only do they have that great lumbar support, they have the 5-star base. So if you try to drop something or try to pick something up that you dropped,
You're not
going
gonna
to
tip.
fall off your chair. But they also have the secret storage underneath the seat here. So you've got all of this storage right here. Which way am I going? Right there.
There it is.
So you can store your candies, your sharp objects, scissors, rotary cutters, your sewing machine manual. I've heard small bottles of wine fit in there for those stressful sewing days. You
I'd
know?
be measuring 8 times then. We're cutting 8 times.
But they do come in a whole bunch of fun fabrics and prints. And we are going to go over
Say we
those
go through
really
those
quickly with
quickly.
you guys today. So down at the end by Scott, we have our good dog. Oh,
Where'd it
Ethan
go?
got him. Where are you at, Ethan?
Switch. Technical difficulties.
All right.
There it is.
So we've got our good dog right there. Right next to it, we have our bright buttons.
Buttons.
And then sewing notions. And then our ultimate favorite #1 seller, our So Wow, So Now.
Just, I have these 2 at home. Just throwing that out there. Just saying.
Okay. And then we have our cat's meow. If you're a cat lover, we have our cat's meow. Now, not everybody is very able to have, a dedicated sewing space. So we do have some solids here. We have our royal purple, our Duchess blue, our Madame Scarlet, Baroness black, Our Princess Hazel, now it's not just a tan chair. So if you like color tan, this has got purples and greens and reds and all of that intertwined in there. And then we have our Lady Gray. So if you haven't gotten one of these on your wish list, I would highly recommend putting it out there.
Especially at that Black Friday price. That one I know.
What is our Black Friday price on these chairs?
$299.99.
Yes, and
Lowest
no
price
better present
of
than
the
the
year.
one that you buy yourself because you know you're going to get exactly what you want.
You know what I just realized? I didn't take my vitamins. I got my vitamins in my pocket. I take my vitamins for the day.
Oh my goodness. All right, Kennedy, we are all done. We are going to send it back to you. And you can go over all the pricings on how everybody can get these amazing products in their sewing spaces.
Yay! Thank you guys so much for coming on. I also, just one of your friends over there in Wisconsin did jump over to San Diego.
Look at
He
that.
got there quick. Wow.
Gee,
My favorite.
Didn't have to go through TSA or anything.
She got that pre-check.
She does have that
Yes.
pre-check. Or here.
Exactly. First class.
First
All
class.
right. Well, I'm going to show everyone how they can get these amazing products. But thank you again for coming on, and we will see you guys so soon.
All right. Happy
All right, thanks so
holidays.
much,
Thank
y'all.
you guys.
Bye. All right. We are going to do rapid fire of showing you all the products they showed today. So we've got the Bandicoot. Call us 1-800-401-8151. You are looking at best pricing. We got that Gidget 2. And then lastly, that Judy. All of these are up on our website. If you have any questions at all, give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, and we will get you all squared away. But we are going to move on. Oh, and of course, our chairs. Can't forget the Arrow chairs. We do also have those on the website, so go get your orders placed. We are going to move on to our next segment. We've got Janome back in the house. We have Sam coming in for his last demo, and we are talking all about that S7 AE. So Sam, welcome back. I'm going to let you just go ahead and take it on away and talk about that S7, and I'll be back in a little bit to tell them how they can get it.
Okay. Hello, everybody. We're talking about the 550E. This is the Janome embroidery only machine. On this machine here, we have 80 built-in designs, 6 different fonts. You have 2- and 3-letter monogramming, and you get 4 hoops with this machine. So let's go over the hoops. On these hoops, you have this hoop right here. This is the 5.5 by 5.5. Then you get the rectangular hoop, which is 5.5 by 7 by 9. And then you get this big square hoop, which is 7.9 by 7.9. And these are the embroidery field, okay? And the embroidery field on this machine, which is the largest hoop, is 7.9 by 14.2. So that is your embroidery field on this machine. This is a very nice big hoop. Now, since this is an embroidery only, this machine does come with this extra wide extension table. So if you're using something small, you can take it off so it doesn't take a lot of space. But if you're going to use the bigger hoops, it does come with this large extension table that it will support your hoops. For example, if I'm using this big hoop right here, I simply just slide it in, and you notice we have an extra high lift right here. There's latches right here that we can just simply put on here, pull back on the latch, and that's how we attach the machine. It's just that simple, easy to use. On this machine, you notice we only have one button really. It's a start-stop key and a scissors button, okay? At the end of your design, the machine will automatically cut the thread for you. This is when you get a low bobbin message on the machine. You can push the button and cut it to change out your bobbin thread. The machine does have a built-in needle threader right here on the side, okay? So you do have a built-in needle threader. Now, on this machine, on the screen, as you notice, this is an embroidery only. So if you have if you already have a Janome embroidery machine, maybe it's a sewing combo, and you need a second machine to work with, this is a great little machine. You probably recognize the home screen right here. Under the flower icon, we have all the built-in designs on here. So I simply touch the flower icon and it brings up all my design. Right now they're showing you 2 pages for the square 14. That is the square hoop. And if I scroll over, you can see all the different designs. And on the second page and on the bottom right here, it shows me the page number, how many pages I'm on. Okay, so if I keep scrolling over, it'll just repeat. Now, if I go up to the hoop icon, I can look for design by hoop sizes. And right here, it shows me the 3 hoops that's available right here. Those are the designs that's built in. The extra large hoop, if I select this, it brings me up the largest hoop to fit this machine. There are some what we call dolls. They call them stuffies. These are in the hoop projects. They are all done in the hoop. And there's like a little monster right here. Show you that. And you can see once I select it, it automatically goes into the ready to sew screen. So I'm ready, and it's telling me to attach the RU36 hoop. That's what I have in here. Just hit OK, and there's a little stuffy. So it's very easy to use, and this is my on-screen information right here. It tells me the size of the design, the hoop size, what my speed is set at. The machine can stitch as slow as 400 up to 860 stitches a minute. Right now we have it set at 600. That is the default speed. It tells me my tension is on auto, and it tells me this is a 5 color change design, and it takes approximately 26 minutes, and that is stitching time to stitch this entire design out. Now, in here, it also has my color change right here, sequence right here on the bottom. It also, I can skip a whole color sequence by touching the arrows right here if I want to skip to the next color sequence. Another cool thing is about this on this machine is you have icons in the ready to sew screen right here that if I touch this button right here, it'll show me the part that's being embroidered. So right now I can see my second colors, the eyes on the little doll right here. So if I want to skip that, I can touch the next color and it'll jump to the next part, which is the black part of the eyes and the mouth. So I can just skip through the colors and just tell which part is being stitched out. Okay. Also on here, I can do some other things. Let's see right here. I have a needle with a hashtag next to it. Touch that. It can tell me that I am on stitch count number 10,888. And what's so nice about the stitch count is if something was to happen, like for instance, maybe I'm in the middle of a stitch out this design and somebody comes up to me and said, can you stitch this for me? This happens quite a lot here in the office. I'm in the middle of doing a project and all of a sudden somebody has an emergency, something they want to stitch out. So what I can do is I can write down this stitch count where I'm at, hit OK, write it down on a piece of paper, take this design off, okay, go into the home key, find another design that they need to stitch out, let's whatever it is. Let's say for this, for example, this is one of the wedding designs, okay? And let's say I stitched this design out. So after I got through doing this design, all I have to do is load the original designs back in. I'll show it again. I'll load this design back into the hoop, come into the key, type in 10,888. That's where I stopped at, hit OK, and it will automatically jump to where I was left off. So I don't have to sit here and hold down on the plus key to sit here and scroll through the entire design until I get to the point where I was left off. So that's one of the nice features on this design, on this machine. Now also on the screen right here, the box underneath it has some little arrows with a square. This shows me right here on the top, I have a trace key. What the trace key will do is when I touch this, And I have to take this hoop just in case and hit the start button. I have to lower the foot. Okay, why is it not working? Wants me, oh, raise the pressure foot, lower pressure foot. I have to select it. Raise the pressure foot. So you can't make a mistake. If you forget to do something, the hoop will let you. These little arrows right here can move the hoop to certain area. Excuse me. Like if I want to move to one corner of the hoop, I simply touch that. It moves it up to the upper left-hand corner. If I want to move it to the upper right-hand corner, I can touch that. Move it to the upper right-hand corner. If I want to trace it, have it go around the design, I simply touch this in the middle. And what it will do is it will trace around the entire design in the hoop. That way I can see if I have the design position correctly where I want it to. Now, once it's finished, I'll show you the next thing. As you can see, it's going around the hoop itself. Okay. Just one more turn and she'll be going back to the center position. Okay, once it's there, I want to show you these two up here. The second number right here, and you see there's a dotted line with the flowers in the middle. This one is a trace-based function. What this does is it put a basting stitch around the perimeter of my design. And so what's so nice about this is when I have a design on here, if I'm doing something with towels or something, I can put a basting stitch on my topper so that way it can hold my topper down without it moving away. So that's a trace basting function. The one right next to it is a double trace basting function. It'll let me baste around the design and then put another one in the center of the hoop. Okay. Now, I know this is a lot I'm going over, but the machine also comes with this quick reference chart. This quick reference chart will go through the common keys, machine settings, everything is kind of like a shortcut that helps you learn the machine of what all these icons are for. Not only that, you get an instruction manual with it, and you can see it's very intuitive to walk you through the entire machine. It also comes with the AccuStitch software. It is downloadable online. It is for Windows, PC only, so you get that with this machine. Also, if I didn't mention it, you do have a USB port on the side, which allows you to bring in designs from a USB drive. This machine also comes with a embroidery editor software. The software is no longer a CD. It is a QR code in the manual. And I just want to show you where it is. It's right here in the manual. When you open it, under the part that shows you all the accessories that come with it, there's a QR code for instructional videos and also in embroidery editor QR code. You simply scan it and you can download the software for this machine. The software for it works exactly like the edit screen in the machine. So just let me quickly show you that. By touching the home key, I go to my edit screen. There's my design. Right here, I can copy it by touching that. I can't move it too much, but you guys can kind of see that design on here, copies on directly on top of each other. There's a trash can, I can delete it, one of them. And there's a sizing key, which will allow me to resize the design 20% up or down in the machine. By resizing it in the machine, it does not recalculate the stitches. All it does is stretches the designs out. So you may be careful when you're doing that, okay? Just touch the X out of here. To get to the next set of icons, I simply move this forward, Here's my rotation key. I can rotate the design by 1 degree or 45 degrees at a time. Exit to get out. There's my mirror imaging key. I can mirror image it upside down, as you can see right here. I can mirror image it left to right. The only way you can tell is the eyes moving, okay? The next button is an arcing key for arcing letters and stuff like that. I don't have any letters here, so I can't do that. I have grouping keys. I have a file to save my designs into a file folder. I have a rainbow chart, and this allows me to change any parts of my design. For example, there's 3 color changes. The first color, whatever it is in black, I can change it to green. I can go to the next color, change the white to red. And you can see right there, the eyes change color. If I'm done with that, I can hit OK. And so you'd have some color reference for you. So there's a lot you can do in this machine. And the last button is the color combine. So I have my multiple designs on the screen. I can combine these colors together. And then if I'm done, I just simply hit OK. It takes me back to the ready to sew screen. Goes back to the center position, and I'm ready to stitch out this design. So this is a very easy to use machine. And while we're talking about it, with the purchase of this machine doing this promo, Janome is giving you the 550E holiday package. The holiday package include the AccuFill quilting hoop, which is that gives you another hoop for the machine. It also has 4 spools of monofilament thread, 12 spools of cotton quilting thread. You get some titanium needles assortment, some medium weight stabilizer, and also the Kimberly Imo Sashiko kit is included also. And the designs are on a USB stick right here on a Janome USB stick. So that is a great add-on, and it's free with purchase. The kit is a value of $734 add-on, and it's free with the purchase of the 550 ELE. Okay, let me bring her back on to tell you how you can get this great deal on this 550E.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was awesome. And I cannot wait to show everyone how they can get this machine. But thank you for joining us all day and being with us and showing us these amazing machines. I'm sure we will see you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. All right, you guys, if you want to check out that 550E as well as I'm going to show you here, this is the S7 as well. All of these Janome products are on Black Friday special. So give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. Or you can go chat live on our website. Just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and that chat bot will show up and be able to help answer any of your questions. But we've got 2 more sessions left for today, and I am going to pass it on over to Reliable. We've got Mr. Jamie in the house, and we are going to be talking all about Reliable sewing machines, which I feel like we haven't done that yet, which I don't know why we haven't done that yet because these are great machines. But Jamie is here, so let's chat with him. Hello, how are you?
Hello, Kennedy. How are you? Very nice to see you.
I'm great. I am so excited to see more about these sewing machines. I'm going to let you just take it away, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes and tell everyone how they can get these products.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, everybody. So I'm going to show you a little something different than you're used to from Reliable today. I know everyone knows us from our awesome iron and steaming equipment and everything like that, but a little bit of fact is we've actually been doing sewing machines since 1955. We've been doing industrial machines, servicing the all the great people out there making stuff and alteration equipment, all that other stuff. And we've sold a line of walking portable sewing machines for years. And about 5 years ago, we said, hey, you know what? We can do something really cool, really amazing, and bring something special to this space. We know there's a lot of people out there that do heavier work. They're using vinyl, leather, they're doing light upholstery, they're doing stuff like that. And they're looking for a machine that's going to actually sew and be able to keep up with what they're doing. But they don't have that space for the big industrial machine with the tables, all those great machines that we sell as well if you're ever interested. But we always wanted to bring something that is portable that you can put in and out and use as you needed, but that has a lot of the great features and stuff that people are looking for. And that's what we have here. This is our lineup of our Barracuda sewing machines. We have 2 different sets of machines here. The first one's being backwards on the machine here. This is our straight foot machine. So this is a walking foot sewing machine. So what a walking foot does is it helps walk the material through on the top and the bottom. So you can pull heavier materials through so you get that nice stitch you're looking for. Where a traditional machine just does the one on the top and you have your feed dogs, but this is going to walk it through and really helps bring through that heavier material. So you get that nice stitch you have here. So that's our standard ones. We also have a line that does the straight stitch as well as it's going to do a zigzag stitch. Zigzag stitch is a great stitch for people that are doing tarps and canvas, stuff that you need a little bit of elasticity in that stitch. So when you're doing those heavier materials, it's really going to hold up to what you're doing. These are our, the ones on the end is our entry-level machines, great machines. With all of these machines, they're all metal design, okay? So it's all cast in steel. It's not plastic. It's a really heavy-duty machine, so it's really going to hold up and last you years and years. They're all mechanical machines, okay? So there's no plastic parts on the inside. There's no rubber bands on the inside, stuff like that. These are all mechanical machines, which is great about that is it's going to hold up and it's going to last you as you're doing those heavier materials. You're not going to have stuff that is strained with the plastic on the inside that's going to not last you and work as you really need when you're doing those heavier materials. We have some great stuff on our website and on our YouTube channel, people doing leather and different stuff like that, and really just showing the power of these machines. We did as well with these new machines is we did something that we call our Barracuda, which is a reverse mechanism. It allows you to set your stitch. And what it does is it allows you to set your stitch and your reverse stitch exactly the same length, which is really great for doing back tacking and different things like that, which is a really nice thing that you have here. When you move to these machines, is the Barracuda Command. What's amazing about this is you see this little piece over here is it's digitally controlled. So what we've done is we've taken that motor and we've used our expertise and our knowledge in the industrial space, and we've added in an industrial servo motor onto the machine. So the motor is directly on the machine. There is no belt. There is no power. It's a half power servo. You get power, and there's no power loss because there's no belts, speed reducers, and everything else that you see out there with a lot of the other machines in this space. So when people say it's a Singer heavy duty or other people like that, it's a heavy duty in their space, but it's not really heavy duty for what you're going to want to do as a customer because it doesn't have the true power and stuff that you need when you're working on a sewing machine. What's also nice about it is digitally safe, very when you're doing say the sound's picking up, so I'll try to talk a little louder. Hopefully that helps. And when you digitally set your speed, you can go really slow or you can go really fast. So we'll try to help you out there. The other thing, what it does here is it's going to have a needle positioner. So you can have it stop with the needle down or the needle up, which is really nice. Needle down is great for when you're doing corners. Needle up is to get it out of the way really good. I'm going to stop talking. We're going to swing over here to Brian right now. And Brian's going to show it sewing because I know everyone wants to actually see it sewing and what it can do on some materials. This is a nice piece of vinyl. We got here. We got doing a on the machine. And it just goes just like butter. See here, Brian has switched over from a zigzag stitch to a straight stitch. Brian, some people are saying hi to you, so everyone loves Brian. He's been here for years. Brian is our head technician. Anytime you need something, he's been for about 40 years now, so he's really strong at that. See here how it's just pulling through the material with ease. This is some very heavy vinyl. We're just going through it with a nice heavy thread as well. What's really great about these machines too is it's got bobbin winder, so you can wind your bobbin as you sew. And it's a really, really amazing little machine, and you can just go. Okay. So what we'll do now is we'll just show you, good, Brian. So like show off the machine. So just going to take you around and show you just the front of the machine a little bit more here, a little bit of a closer look. So you see here on the top of the machine, this is the zigzag machine. This allows you to move the needle. Press the home button. Can you lift the needle, Brian? And you can see here, you shift it so you can get your needle starting on the left, starting middle, or starting right. It's very nice for a zigzag machine and the zigzag stitch. Here you have the ability to set your stitch length. 0 is straight, and a 1 through 5 is different stitch lengths. As I mentioned earlier, this is the reverse mechanism. Again, very simply digitally set your speed, and you got your bobbin winder. As I said, the main exciting thing about these machines is they are all durable. They're all metal and cast machines. Right. What's also very nice is we a 3 kit with it. So what else comes with is a beautiful extension table. So they come in with a longer extension table, which actually folds up nice and the legs come off so you can store it away when you're not in use. It also comes with a nice handle so you can store and lift the machine, put it away when you're not using it, when you want to pull out your quilting machine or your other machine. And what's great about the extension table works that you have there. It's going to come bobbins, a whole set of here. Come with zipper foot. It's also going to come with a cording. The machines that are straight also come with a smooth foot. So your leather or anything. Really amazing machines for doing those heavier fabrics. So when you want to do stuff like tarps, when you want to do leather work, anything you can think of. I know bags are super popular right now. We have some great partners out there that are making some bags. There's some great content out there, but really, those machine want something that's going to help through the machine. So a lot of people look at these in bulking. They're great for fixing hills, doing portable work and stuff like that. People doing even repair jobs. And sometimes if you're on the repair shop, repair site, you're on your boat or you're somewhere and you don't have power. Well, the Barracuda Command actually comes with an annual hand crank. It's a little bit, but what it allows is, and you can so many. Okay, really great for repair jobs, portable jobs, stuff when you're out there and you can do that, right? So we do have models that can do straight, and then it's a little bit. I like to tell people when you're shopping for this machine and you're trying to see what you're looking for is I usually tell people to go for, if you've never done a zigzag stitch, straight stitch model, you're not going to need a zigzag. The zigzag is really good for being able to do an elastic stitch is really good for tarps and stuff like that. But if you're never doing that kind of stuff, just stay with the straight stitch model and a little bit of money. Again, a press stand and so you're able to some other great accessories or you want to maybe jump in over there, Andy? Is my so this is our CUDA case. So we specially designed the case for this machine. So the machine is a little bit heavier. It's as I said, it's all metal design, but we really wanted a case that was allow you to portable and take it and store it where you are. So it does have a collapsible table, everything you need there. And then when you open it up, open it up, put your machine, strap the machine down, has pockets at the top for whatever your threads, everything like that. It's got a place to hold the extension table, which is really great about the CUDA case as well, is it'll work for any sewing machine. So it doesn't have to be just for the Barracuda. You can use it on other machines. Anything that has a kind of a 17-inch standard base, it'll fit in the machine and you can hold it with your strap. It is, again, what we designed, a heavy-duty case, meant to work with our heavy-duty machines. Again, so this is a Barracuda machines. Was for some great Everything you have in people are here. Better matter.
All right. Hopefully everyone can hear me better now. So hi, Kennedy.
Hello. Thank you so much for that demo. That was amazing. I cannot wait to get our hands on some of those machines and try them out ourselves. I'm going to go ahead and tell everyone how they can get these. But thank you, Jamie, and thank you to Reliable for coming on and showing these products. These are amazing.
Thanks. Pleasure.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the two that they highlighted. So we were talking about the 700BZ. That is that zigzag stitch, the walking foot sewing machine. We've got it here for you. We also have that 700BW, which is that straight stitch. Both of these are great options. You see the Cyber Monday pricing there. Give us a call, 1-800-401-8151, or you can chat live on our website. Just go to smp.com, go to that chat bot, and ask any questions that you have. But we are on our last demo of Cyber Monday. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. The day just flew by, and we have our last demo. We have the amazing Joanne ready to go from Brewer, and we are finishing it off strong with Miss Joanne, and we are going to talk all about some amazing Brewer products. So let's bring Joanne on. Joanne, how are you?
I am doing great. How are you doing?
I love it. I love it.
Happy Cyber Monday.
Yes, yes. We are starting with the holidays. I have a hat. I'll put it on when I come back.
All right, sounds good. Get in the
I'm going to
spirit
join in
with
on
us.
the fun in 1 second, but I'm going to let you guys get started and take it away, and I'll be back in about 15 minutes to tell everyone how they can get those products.
That sounds good. We're excited.
Awesome.
Thanks, Kennedy.
Great.
So this is Madison.
Hi, everybody.
I'm Joanne, and we are here to have some jingle fun. So we have some wonderful stocking stuffers, wonderful giftable ideas. So we've got a lot to cover. So
Yeah.
we're going to let her get started
Hop right into it, okay?
with some picks.
So I wanted to start with some stocking stuffery stuff.
Stuff.
One of the best things I think that we have on this table is the perpetual calendar for
Love that.
quilters. So what's great is that there's no days of the week assigned to it, right? So you can use it over and over and over again. And it has all different blocks, one for every day. Great way to improve your craft in the new year. Do a
Love
block
it.
every day.
Yeah.
And then your measurements down here and how you're going to lay it out. So this one is a really great gift for
anybody
anyone.
that loves to quilt. So much inspiration in here. We love that. Think it's a great stocking stuffer idea.
Absolutely.
Great gift too.
Absolutely.
All right.
And
And we
then-
have some really, really cute
Yes, we
little nichey things here that we think you're going to love.
Okay, so do you want to start with the needle case, Joanne?
I will. So first off, who doesn't love strawberries? And maybe you should show them all the strawberry things that go together. So we've got a wonderful, cute little embroidered pin cushion for your arm. And then we've got a tape measure because everybody needs that. But then we have this we're calling a needle case. But look, I have it upside down. Look at the organization in here. It can hold all kinds of things. We've got little individual for your needles and here, and then here. And then you've got some bigger pockets here with some zippers.
Yeah, really great for like the crocheter or the knitter in your life. I mean, obviously you can use it for sewing
Cross
applications as
stitch,
well.
that kind of stuff too.
Exactly. But a really cute little portfolio. And how
And that-
cute would this be as a set that you could maybe put in a little organza bag, put a bow on it?
Love it.
How cute. So we have these strawberry sets.
I have somebody on my list that's going to for sure.
And then we also have these really fun little novelty pin cushions.
Oh my gosh, look at this cute bird.
Right?
Isn't
Isn't
that
it so
adorable?
adorable? And we got the
Little
sewing
feet.
machine too. And this is really great for like the quilter that has everything. You know what I mean?
It's so detailed. Look at it. It's even got a
A
spool
little
of thread,
spool, the little
a
knobs.
button for the knob.
Exactly. Yeah.
Adorable. And then around the base of it, it's got like a measuring tape.
Exactly.
So darn cute.
And then a little bird is also adorable.
I love the bird. The bird has a the bright colors. It's got
Right.
little eyes and detail, and that's a pin cushion that will stand up for you. Whoops, maybe not on the stocking, but it will stand up.
Exactly.
So we love that.
Yeah.
I know a couple of people are getting that one as well.
Right. So great little things to stick in a stocking, put on top of a bag, that
What
kind
about
of thing.
for like a Secret Santa or a quilt guild?
So my favorite thing for that is like a little self-care item that nobody would ever think to buy themselves.
This is great.
So this is from a company called Seams. They're based out of the UK, and they do hand creams and nail oils for crafters. So this is a nail oil that absorbs instantly, super nourishing. And if you're using
Not
your
greasy.
hands, using your hands all the time, this is something I would never invest in, you know, for myself, but
Yeah.
getting it as a gift, it would feel so special.
Highly recommend this too. It is not greasy. It feels so smooth, wonderful. It smells good. It doesn't. It's not like an overpowering scent where if you're scent sensitive, it's going to bother you. This is a great product. I would love to get that too.
Absolutely. And then we've got a few other little things here too. We're moving a little out of the stocking stuff. We're into maybe some gifts you want to really gift your friends, right?
If you want to be the envy, this is it.
So
look at that packaging.
Exactly. It's so luxe, the packaging. So we have this metal case here, this little velvet holder, and this is our Tula Pink rotary cutter. So this is all metal in the body and then rubber here. You can, we got the little safety in there.
Safety's on it, and there you go.
But you can
there goes the blade.
Open the blade, close the blade. Really durable, high quality.
It's ergonomic too. It's weighted perfectly for your hand. So when you're doing a lot of cuts, a lot of times you get hand fatigue. Not with
Exactly.
this one. And what a presentation. That definitely is just a bow and go.
Exactly. I was going to say you don't even have to wrap it. I mean, just put a red bow on there and you're good to go. In the spirit of wrapping, though, I think something that's really fun for your guilds, or if you're doing a big group present, is getting a little creative with your wrapping, right? So we've seen the cardboard that you paint on, the brown paper that you paint on, that kind of stuff. What if you took your favorite fabric brand and used it to wrap your presents?
That would be fun. I would like that.
So we
Sure.
have, this is one of the Tilda sampling assortments that we have available.
So let's just talk about this. This is a Tilda, one of, I think, 7. They're all on the website at Sewing Machines Plus. But you get 10 one-yard cuts in here. And this is, if you're a Tilda collector, you want this because this is vintage Tilda that you can't get everywhere. So I would definitely say stock up on this, wrap gifts in it, separate it, cut it up into fat quarters. You can buy this and use it as a gift for your guild, or you've got plenty of fabric here to make several quilts of Tilda.
Exactly.
And it's all coordinated.
Right. So this is the
colors.
blue colorway, but again, there's 7 different colorways.
Yep.
We've got the creating memories as well. The vintage, I think, are such a great thing to stock up on before they're gone. But definitely a lot of fun crafts and ideas you can do with this other than just quilting.
Yep, that's a great gift.
So we have that. And then we have some of our nifty notions items here that I think could be really fun to gift. Do you want to talk about the electric seam ripper a little bit? And I'll do a little
We
demo
wanted
here.
to bring this back. If you've been with them before, we've been on with this. This is the Glow and Go electric seam ripper. So she is demonstrating here how easily it removes stitches, because let's face it, if you have to remove stitches like that, you're not having a good time anyway.
Right.
So with this, it's easy, it's fun, it lights up on the end, so it makes what would be a tough job an easy job. So you're not as
Exactly.
frustrated when you have to get back at it.
Exactly. And
we
what,
love this item, and it's rechargeable.
what I think is really good about it too is that it has plastic blades, and that's by design, right?
Right.
So the plastic blades mean you're never gonna rip your fabric. You're never gonna tear it up, and it's always gonna be sharp enough for you to cut through your thread. So I
And
think
you just saw a plastic blade. It will cut through these threads.
exactly.
So
Exactly. I think a really great practical gift.
Yes. For
One
sure.
of those things that you don't want to be looking for when you need it, you know? And then we also have our little gift set here.
This is brand new. This is great. Well, first off, before you open it, it kind of looks like a box of chocolate, right?
Exactly.
Some
And
truffles or something.
and that's the idea that we wanted to carry on. And that's why we have our little We call it our box of chocolate card
Yeah,
inside.
very good.
So this is a really great gift for beginners, people that are just getting into the craft, or anybody who's experienced too. So this has a little guide about what each tool can be used for. And then we have 7 premium quality tools in here. I mean, stiletto, duckbill scissor, tweezers, and this really nifty little roll-up case.
Well, let's tell them what each tool is.
Okay.
You get a 5-inch, you can hold it up too, a 5-inch squeezer snip, a 3.5-inch embroidery scissor, a 6-inch duckbill scissor. Those are great. A dual-ended tweezer. Love that. A 6-inch curved scissor. And maybe you want to talk about the stab. It's called the Stab Stiletto Duo.
Yeah.
Why is this such a great tool?
So we think this tool is great because it has a dull point on one side and then a dull blade on the other. So we initially designed it with the idea of cutting away the backing of your stabilizer.
Right.
So that's always a pain. Some people use pins.
Get it started, trying to get that removed.
Exactly. So the idea is you take this dull blade and you dig it into the back of your stabilizer,
Tearaway.
right? Tearaway or your adhesive backing, anything
Sure.
like that. Then you can use your dull blade to slice it and then remove it in big sheets rather than picking little pieces off.
Right.
So, and there's a million uses for this.
There
and
really
then
is.
what's great about all of these is that it comes with this little tool caddy, which snaps up and down. So you can keep it snapped up to use it as a tray while you're working. And then you can snap it down when you're done. And it has this little zipper in here. So all your tools will fit in there too. And then this just rolls up and you're good to go. You can throw it in your bag.
And that's great because you're always losing the little scissor or the little snip in your projects. So now you have a place to put it. How great is that?
Exactly. So we're really excited about this. And again, a bow and go.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what else do we have here? Do we want to talk about our Panasonic irons?
Yeah, we're going to have to go a little bit quicker because we're running out of time.
Yep.
But Panasonic cordless iron. I don't know how many of you have not heard of this product, but I know that there are probably several out there. But Panasonic, who's been known for a long time, makes a cordless iron. What's so great about this iron is it has a ceramic coated base. It has 3 functions of steam, high, medium, and low for the settings. You can squirt, I don't have it plugged in, but it does squirt a mist if you want that. And you can turn the steam off if you want to do that as well. But what's nice about this is, first, it's got a little button here on the side. So it's really easy. You push that button and you take this to the tap and you fill this up like this with your water. And then you put the top back on, click it in place, and now you don't have water on your project. So now you have it filled with no water leaking. And then you take the iron to your project rather than having to bring your whole project to the iron.
Exactly.
We love this iron. So we'll just show you up close. The base is what plugs in if you haven't seen this before. So here's the cord and it's retractable.
Yeah.
So you're at a retreat. Let's pretend we're at a retreat. We bring our iron. We love this. We have everything we need at our workstation. Now the retreat is over. Oh, darn. You don't have to wait for it to cool off.
Exactly.
Why? You have a lid that goes on it. You put the lid on it while it's hot. Now you're packed up. You're ready to go. And you don't have to worry about this time waiting for it to cool down or burning yourself while you're getting it in your bag.
Exactly. We love the Panasonic.
Great product. And that's holiday red.
Yes, exactly. And then we have a project for the people that you love, right? So if you want to gift an experience to somebody, maybe have never tried it. So we have these are the Simply Classic clutch kits. So it's a kit that includes everything to make this bag here. Great thing if you're trying to get a quilter into something new or want to get them a little gift that's a little experimental because it has that quilting. And this is 100% lambskin leather from Italy. So we're talking some great quality stuff here. What a luxe present.
Yes. And they get to make everything you need to make the bag is here. It's a full kit.
Right. Exactly.
I would love something
these.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Very
so
nice.
We have that.
And that's Simply Classic.
And then we have our goat totes. So we have our goat tote here. I wanted to show you what it looks like, how you're going to get it, right?
That's our screaming goat. We love that. And here's our cute little friend. What's her name?
Gertie.
Gertie the goat.
Gertie the goat. So we call them the goat tote because we think they're the greatest of all totes. So this is how you're going to get it if you place your order. Nice and flat, easy to wrap. That is why we wanted to show you that.
I'll let you go through this.
Sure. So this is our carry-on. And we're showing you this because these have luggage sleeves on the back. So it will slide right on here. And then you have a trolley bag. So this is really good for pretty much any introductory level machine. And it is a carry-on by design in the name. It does fit most TSA guidelines for a carry-on bag.
Well, actually, I carried one on.
Yes.
All the way to Utah and back. We're in Illinois. And it worked out fine. The wheels are great. It went under the seat, but it also went above the cap, the whatever they call that thing.
Yep.
Above your head.
Yes, in the little cabin. So what's really great about the goat tote, and this is our brand new color called Mardi Gras. It's the first time that we're showing it. So it's this purple colorway. But what's really great about the goat totes is that they have storage like no other. So we have clear pockets here so you can see everything, as well as mesh over here. And it's really like that throughout the whole bag. We fit over 22 pockets in this bag. So everything is going to be organized. You got premium quality zippers. Yep. Luggage quality zippers. This is water resistant here. So you're not going to have to worry when you're dragging your bag in and out of class.
And how fun is this color?
Right?
Everybody loves purple.
Right, exactly. And there's one more thing that we want to talk about really quick, right? So you've gotten your gifts. You know what you're getting, everybody. What are you going to do to write them a little note? So we have these really cute little these little cards.
How cute these are.
So they come as a set, but you can absolutely break them down individually.
There's 4 different cards in here.
And this one has 5. So it just depends on the one that you get. But this is quilt inspired art from a local designer here in the United States, all printed in the United States.
Yeah, these are lovely.
Great, cute little blank cards you can fill out with your holiday messages.
Yeah, we love these.
Yeah, so that's what we think is going to be our, our hits of the season, if you will.
Yeah, I think
we're really excited about it.
I think we've got a nice little variety of different price points and different ages and things that you could use for great gift giving. And don't treating yourself. You deserve it. Take care of you as well. These are great items to have in your little tool case.
Exactly. All right. Wonderful.
Anybody have any questions on what we talked about?
I had to join the fun. I had to.
That's great.
Awesome. We love it.
I had this. I saw it in the corner. I was like, oh my gosh, we put this on before.
You just never know what we're going to do, Kennedy. We try to be nice. We try to behave.
It would be bad if all 3 of us were in the same room. It would
for sure.
I love it. I didn't see any questions, but I did see that everyone is so obsessed with what you showed, even myself. I have to get my hands on those cards. Those are just absolutely adorable. And the fact that they are handmade by someone here in the US, that's so cool. They're kind of, I was going to say local, but maybe not local, national local.
She's in Iowa.
So perfect. Somebody. Just like California or Illinois.
I love it. Well, thank you both so much for coming on and showing us all these amazing projects and all of this fun stuff to put in our stockings. I am so excited, and I hope everyone is stocking up on their stuff too and getting all the presents. But again, thank you so much. And I'm going to tell everyone how they can get their hands on all this stuff.
Sounds good.
Thank you, guys.
All right. See you later.
Thank you. All right, you guys. Well, all of the Brewer products, Kyle says sorry, but all of those Brewer products that you're seeing today, you can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com and go shop today. You have until 5 o'clock PST to get your hands on all of these goodies with the cyber pricing. So make sure you go to SMP.com, SMPlive.tv, whichever way you want to go. I'm all confused by all the different websites. But I also would suggest calling in. So if you have any questions, machine-wise, anything like that, our sewing experts can help you in any regard when it comes to finding the right products for you. So if you hung out until the end, Thank you so much to everyone who joined in and hung out with us today. I had so much fun. This has just been, it's been great. I'm so excited. We are going to move on to some giveaways. Now, if you were here earlier, So Steady did offer to give away an Elevate box. So we are going to give that away first. So let's get the wheel up and spin to see who's going to win one of these Elevate boxes from So Steady. I don't have a picture of it, but once whoever is our winner today, you can go to the website and check them out. We do have them on the website. Cheryl, woohoo! Cheryl Przybylski. Ooh, how'd you say it? Przybylski. There you go. That sounded right. Cheryl, congratulations. You have just won a Elevate box from So Steady. Now head to smplive.tv to claim that prize, and we will get that all shipped out to you, and I'll get with Stacy and make sure that gets shipped out to you. But let's move on. We've got another giveaway. Let's do one of our world famous sew mats. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see, or actually let's do a gift card first. We'll do our famous $25 gift cards. We've got these, and we're gonna spin and see who's going to win one of these gift cards. Angela Daniel, there you go. Congratulations. You have just won a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. So if you'd like to claim that prize, head to smplive.tv, fill out that information. The most important thing that we need from you is your email. So just make sure you send that over and we will get that out to you. All right, next up is our world famous sew mat, and this you can pick your size and color. So if you win this today, head to our website and pick out what color and what size sew mat you want. But let's spin and see who's gonna win one of these sew mats today. Let me know what you guys thought of Cyber Monday too. I'd love to know. Fuzzy Face Place, Leah, congratulations. You have just won a SMP sew mat. Thank you to everyone who is watching. If you want to claim that prize, head to smplive.tv, scrolling right down there to claim that prize, and we will get that all shipped out to you and at your doorstep. But hey, we made it through Cyber Monday. I somehow ended up, wait, where's your applause? Where's the applause? We're gonna test this out. Can you guys hear it? Did that work? There we go. We have sound effects, you guys. Just a fun little thing. Where's the gong? Stay tuned for more sound effects in the future. But thank you to everyone who came and hung out with us for Cyber Monday. It turned out great. I am just so thankful to all of the vendors and all of the brands that came and hung out with us today. And a huge shout out to all of the educators who took the time to be here and show some of these amazing products. But we will see you this Thursday. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Have fun shopping, and we will see you soon. Bye, guys.